I ain't gonna lie, that's the best in the world.
Right.
And
So
then
we
like
should
you
like,
say, you know what? If I'm on, you need to wake up in the goddamn emergency. I mean, wake up 20 second motherfucker. Like, damn. I
right.
thought I was going to surgery. I'm finished? Yeah, you put on your clothes. Like, what the fuck going on?
Oh
So, like,
shit.
there's some alien shit going on, boy. I don't remember shit.
You thought your ass was grounded.
Yeah, y'all finished? Yeah, you finished. You can put on your clothes. I'm your home. Huh? Okay.
I
Yeah,
think I
yeah.
think I think we live. I'm gonna go ahead and start this real quick.
All right.
I don't know where Jamie went, but
Really?
can you hear that good?
I don't hear nothing.
Yeah.
Still don't?
Uh-uh.
Talking authentic.
There we go. Wait, one.
Yeah. Okay, you ready, Jamie?
Yeah, you can hear it now.
Yeah, let's rock and roll.
Okay.
Really? Yeah. Yeah. Talking authentic. Yeah. I started my day like, who can I change? What can I learn? How can I earn more of the discipline from all them apps they put in my phone? That's my concern. You see the youth? Wait, don't answer. You might be blinded by all of them cameras. Don't be the one with your son on the channel. Box 5. Watching my energy block vibe. You losing the drive. The car died. For me, I let the bars ride from way back. Archives. Don't you get lost though. Trying to prove what's gonna all show. Cause only your heart knows the truth, feeling deep inside close. The kind folks take off the blindfold and get your mind growth. I shine so you see the light now. I pray you find hope. The top ain't too far from us now. Feel like I climb rope regardless. Ain't no dropping the crown. Pass it to contract. I start off my day like I gotta thank God that I got to see daylight. Something I never take light. Staying up late nights. Praying my people gon' get it together for better and make sure these babies get raised right. Cause there's too many visiting grave sites. Like who gave you permission to take life? I can rap about anything. Nigga, literally anything. Ain't about where the penny brain go a dollar do. But trust me, I need every dollar do. Better audible quick. Got 100% of confidence. Most niggas on the fence to run from it. They don't like to fake the truth. I come from it. Let's preach. How you go out the concrete when I say it is concrete. Now they listen with con speak, but this shit is at arm's reach. Get the flexing and bomb beats, keep it cool as a calm breeze. And pray I'm protected from all of the evils I don't see. I start off my day life.
All right.
As y'all can follow, Loyalty is Timeless, man. They got some nice, nice grooves, man, with some nice lyrics.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, set it off, Jamie.
Yeah, that was hot, man. Peace to you, King. Peace to the family. Hey, welcome to Sankofa 180 degrees, man. Thanks for joining. Hey, family, listen, man. Don't forget, first Sunday every month, we do the children's book read. Hey, man, listen, man. It's so important that we get together and do this, man. Like again, I'm gonna keep saying this, man, over and over again, man. Uh, they are working really hard to take away our history, family. They going to the Smithsonian museums. They going to they done already banned books. They made it a crime to teach Black African history here in Florida, and I think it's like 20 plus other states, man. And one, and coming to a state near you real soon. Trust and believe. Trust and believe it is. And so they're coming to a point where they're not going to teach Black African history. Um, so they're trying to erase it and rewrite it. Of course, here in Florida, they say that slavery, brothers and sisters that was captured in the slave trade benefited from slavery. somehow, and somehow they gain they gain some kind of skills from slavery. So this is what they're saying right now. Um, and like I said, next couple of years you'll see them come back. You'll see them come back on, on a press conference or something, saying that it was unconstitutional to ban these books or to or not not ban the books because they're gonna probably keep those banned, but to stop teaching Black African history. So here's the new history book that they rewrote for your curriculum, and this is what you're gonna teach these kids on how slavery was not a harsh thing, that it probably they saved the Africans, tamed them, gave, civilized them, you know that story, you know what I mean. So what we got to do, family, is we got to make sure that that we fight back. All right, so like we got to put it out there, like you know uh full fledged, family. We can't be holding them up, man. We got to put it out there full fledged. You hear me? All right. So this is what we do here at Sankofa 180 degrees, man. We giving out history. We putting our history out there, and we're not gonna let them hide it. We're not gonna let them suppress it, and we definitely not gonna let them change it. All right, family. So this is what we doing here, man. All we, and for that book read, the children's book read, we giving away free books, man. Can't beat it, man. Good quality books about real kings and queens, about real multi geniuses, about pharaohs, about real places, real people, real events. You know what I mean? We giving out these kind of books, man, free of charge. You ain't even got to pay shipping and handling. We gonna handle all that. All we need you to do is carve out 30 to 45 minutes of your time on a Sunday, right? And let us put this history out here. Like, what I'm saying? That's all we asking for. Also, every Friday, 7 p.m., um, we do an open mic. You can talk about whatever you want for anybody that want to join. Okay. So just come on in, man, and talk to us about it, man. Let us know what's on your mind. Hey, man. Uh, peace to the panel. Hey, family, we got a nice presentation for you today. Ashra Kwesi. Can't go wrong messing with the master teacher, family. Hey, so I just want to introduce, let everybody say hi. Peace to the family, peace to the panel. Peace, Queen. Carrie, how you doing today? Talk to him.
Hey, welcome to Sankofa 180 degrees. This is where we learn the truth, and it's backed up with facts. And it's a good place to join and to learn about it and learn the truth. I'm always glad when I can get on here because I learn so much from these guys and what they share, and love y'all.
Unmute yourself, Jamie.
My bad. Hey, peace to you. Peace, Drew. Hey, talk to him, King.
What you know, King of the Valley? What up, Jamie? Terry? What up, Up? Can't hear you either. You muted too. But King of the Valley, happy
I
New
say I
Year.
said give it up for Amin Rapata.
I'm in Robin High. That's
That's
my
right.
original name back in the day. I was all the levels of one. I always had knowledge of help. But happened to me again here with my yellow roof, with my family. It's Sunday. This is what we do our spirituality. So, again, turn the floor over to you all and hear you bless the people. Power Lord.
That's right. That's right, man. And this is the the man of the hour, as always. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? The nature, right? Peace to you, King.
Oh man,
Hey man, hey, go on teach him, man.
hey, my netchers taught me well, man. They fed me good, man. Full platter. Anytime we touch down. Hey, but I want to ask this question and just discuss this just briefly. You guys' opinion. So they got that new Egyptian museum open, right? They got the new Egyptian museum open, all our shit in there, and I've watched numerous videos, read numerous inserts, and I ain't seen none of our people. You know what I mean? Out of the tons of people they showing there, whether it's AI or whatever, man, I didn't see no black people, man. I just seen them new folks, man. And I just wanted to get you guys' opinion on it because they definitely got our shit up in there.
Hey, you talking about over there in Egypt?
In Egypt.
Yeah, I seen that, man. So I mean, here's the thing, man.
They got the solar boat, Jamie. They building they putting it together another solar boat, which is gonna take I think a year or something like that to get it together, 100 and something. I don't know how many pieces, 100 and something or more, right? Pieces they got put together and shit. So go ahead though.
See, here's the thing, man. We don't have to. We don't need these days, man. We don't have to. We don't have to argue that no more.
Right.
See, uh, uh, Diop, he cleared all that up. So we already know that Kemet was black. There ain't no doubt, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We know that the people that's over there right now are colonizers. They are Arab colonizers that colonized right after the last colonizer and the one before that and the one before that. All I'm saying is the ones that's there now can never be the ancient commissions. All right, ever, King. That's dead. That's all the way out the door. Sheikh Auntie Diop proved that the pharaonic Kemet was black, man, African, black African. All right, so like I said, the ones that's there now, they claim to be they want to be so bad, but they're Arabs. They follow Allah. They follow Allah. They can't follow Ma'at. They can't follow Ma'at. They gotta follow Allah, and they can't go. They can't. They're not allowed to worship nothing else but Allah. So they can't follow Ma'at, right? Yeah, no, man. They can't do none of that, man. They follow Muhammad and Allah, right? So we know that so that right there lets you know that they ain't that's not the ancient Commissions at all. They ain't even close, right? Because they Arabs. So that's all I got on that.
Yeah. Kara, did you see anything on those Egyptian joints? The Egyptian museum?
I didn't.
All right, I got you.
I'll research it though.
Yeah. Gerald, you want to say anything on that?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Say it again.
I don't understand when you're saying they don't see us. What you mean by that?
I mean, in the people that are going that visited it, they just showed droves of people going in and out, right?
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's them new folk, man.
Oh, yeah. Now, again, that's always been that way.
And for
Period.
all the advertisements and shit, all the advertisements showing them new folk. They talking about our people 1,000 again, right? But they're showing them new folk.
Okay. Our museums, when they deal with Egypt or Kemet, right? every museum is going to come from Egyptology.
Right.
That's the European version. As Jamie said, we already 50 years ago in the 70s, New York had already toppled that. All right?
Right.
When New York toppled that, the newcomers from America was the first ones that when they went back to Kemet or went back to Egypt, they the ones had to teach the proper things. You with me?
Right.
That's where you get an Ashra Kwesi from. When Ashra Kwesi take you back to Kemet, he's not listening to them curators tell you what that's about. That's
Right.
what he's telling you. He's telling you from an African perspective what this is about, who these people is.
Right.
They don't do that now, even in the Egyptology in the museum. They're not going to tell you the real deal. So that's what the whole, even when we watch I was watching today, they come from New York doing that, then not the men, not the flock. As a Hilliard, they started taking people back to Hilliard to show them. And they had to tell them themselves, not just go back to Hilliard and listen to what them Arabs will tell you, you still ain't gonna know.
Right.
So that's what my point is, power learn.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, man. That's always been, man. And there and I remember couple of years ago, I remember kind of going back and forth with one of them cats over there in Egypt, right? Trying to convince me that he is the original commission. And so I told him, I said, okay, so then let me see you type that
Your
you
mic, your
follow
mic.
and you
Back that up for about 10 seconds, Jamie.
I
You went.
said, so what I did, so I was going back and forth with this cat from Egypt. And he was trying to convince me that he was the original Egyptian. He was one of from the beginning, right? He's saying that him and his people was there from the beginning. And so I told him, I said, okay. I said, so let me ask you this then. Do you follow my aunt? And he wouldn't answer, right? I said, so listen, I want you to type to me that you follow and apply my aunt to your life. He wouldn't do it because they'd have cut his damn head off
Right.
if they'd have found him typing that stuff, right? They'd have cut his damn head off. You
Wow.
denounce Islam and say that you follow my aunt. Yeah,
Right.
no, he wouldn't do it. So I know that's so you can't be the original Egyptian then. You're not gonna ever be. You know what I'm saying? You're a Muslim. You follow the Quran. You follow Allah and Muhammad. You don't follow Muhammad.
So you saying that no matter what, even though his life is threatened, right? So even if he did follow Ma'at, he wouldn't be able to say it, right?
Not no, because you're a Muslim.
Yeah, because of being colonized and all that shit taking
You're a
place.
Muslim.
Yeah.
You're a Muslim. So you ask him, have you ever followed my aunt? He'll tell you no. He better not tell you. He better not tell you yeah. He better not, man. He can't do it. You think them motherfuckers ain't reading that shit over there?
But
Right.
he can follow my aunt, no.
But he could still
No.
follow my, yeah.
Shit, not as no Muslim. Now there's no motherfucking Muslim. You can't.
He don't have to be a Muslim now. Hold up,
Yeah.
I don't know if he said he was a Muslim.
So why would he just go on simply and just type that then? Why would he simply
get his
do
head
it?
cut off?
Because he knew what it was. He knew it. He knew what it was. I know what it is, man. You can't. Hey, man. You better not. Now the Muslims over here, these niggas over here, yeah, they can say what they want to say. But you over there in that land, and you practicing, and you a Muslim? Nah, King. You say anything out the. You say anything that's not pertaining to or going with Allah or Muhammad. Shit, hey, you gonna get your whole head cut off, King. Now, if you was one of the ones that did follow my eye, you can say that. You can say that,
Yeah.
but you can't be a Muslim and say that. Hell no, you can't.
Without a doubt. Not
Nah,
being
man.
a Muslim.
Well, I'm just saying that I don't know if he said he was a Muslim.
Right.
Our parents not Muslims, my boy.
I understand that. You got Christians over there. You got them all. What I'm saying, but in that area where I'm talking about where he is in Egypt, most of them cats is Muslim over there. Now, when you get until you get, huh?
Egypt is not under Sharia, not under that law, like what the Muslim that will chop your head off. That's a whole different law that they under. That what was the name of them goddamn nigga? Them
Mansa
terrorists,
Musa?
huh?
Mansa?
No, them terrorists,
To my
that
ISIS.
ISIS and all of that.
Shia, there's Shia law.
Yeah, Shia law and them that type of Muslim now. Them the ones that in Africa, Mosul and all of that. Yeah, that's a different type of Muslim right now. And when they practicing that, they under when they say they want to take the whole Shia or something, Yahid or whatever they call that shit, they under this Yahid law and Yahid prophecy. You know what I'm saying? Well, anywhere they stand is gonna be Muslim. They ain't standing for you know outside and they turning your shit up and killing you when they thinking like that. You with me? That's what just happened in Africa with that Mosul shit. When they hear all the Christians,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Right.
They don't allow Mayat, Christianity,
You talking about in Libya?
even if you are another type of Muslim that ain't, when they hit, they gonna hear you. They crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, listen, man. If you are a Muslim, if you one of the Muslims over there, Shiite or Sunni, it don't matter which one it is. You cannot say that you follow my eye. You can't say it.
Right. As a Muslim,
hell no, you can't. Your ass gonna be in trouble, man.
Like in Egypt, there are Christians in Egypt. You with me?
They what?
There are Christians in Egypt.
Yeah, yes,
so
sir.
therefore, it ain't like that. If it was that law in Egypt, it would not be no Christians now. They don't play it like that.
What I'm saying, that's my point. My point is this. Exactly. My point is this. So if he was one that to follow my art, he could say it. He can't say it as a Muslim.
Right. I'm with you on that.
He can't say it as a Muslim. If he's claiming to be a Muslim, following Muhammad and Allah, you can't say that you follow Ma'at.
I understand that, right?
No, hell no, you can't. Now I'm saying, I didn't say that they were all Muslim because I know that there's Christians there too, and there's people that follow Ma'at there. I'm saying that if he was the one that followed my aunt, he could clearly say that.
He could say
He
that.
could have typed it.
Yeah,
He
right.
wouldn't type it. He wouldn't type any of that. Only
Right,
thing he
right,
was
right.
typing is that he was the original Egyptian. And that's what he kept saying. I said the ancient Egyptian. I'm trying to clarify. I got clarity. And so I said, okay, so since you are, I asked him, is he Muslim? He said, yes. I said, so you can't be, ain't nowhere in hell. I said, no, man, unless you, so did you ever practice my? No. Yeah, nigga, so you ain't no mother, get the fuck out of here.
But your argument is flawed only on this point with me. I can say I'm a ethnic, I got ethnic Simon in my blood, right?
Uh-huh.
And I can say I follow Christianity now. And you can't tell me because I follow Christianity, I'm not African.
I'm not saying I didn't say that. I'm saying that you're not the original Commission. You didn't come from that bloodline.
And he
You
damn
didn't
sure
come
know
from that
that he
bloodline.
ain't repping it for sure.
I'm
But
saying,
your
and
argument
if
is
you
like,
did, you're right. If you are, I asked him, have you ever followed my eye? No. So I mean, I'm asking, did you? So what I'm asking is, did you switch over? Did you switch over? Did you go from Ma'at to Muslim?
And he said, yeah.
He said no.
He said he didn't go from Ma'at because he never did Ma'at.
Because he never did Ma'at.
Right.
And you better not get caught doing Ma'at, nigga. I know what it is. I know what it is. You better not get caught doing it.
Because he's a Muslim.
Yeah. So if you are those people,
yeah,
how the fuck you didn't follow Ma'at? How? If you claiming to be those people, they follow Ma'at. What? So talk to me.
Yeah.
How you ever those people and never follow Ma'at?
Yeah, I guess that'd be a misrepresentation for sure.
Can't do it, man.
And that's just for sure. E, what's going on, E?
Yeah, I don't think our people are from
Not a damn thing, man.
crazy shit.
Yep. But at some point, they know about their people that follow Ma'at though. At some point, they knew that at some point, my people follow Ma'at. They follow other spiritual systems. They didn't follow that Christianity didn't even exist. Muslims didn't exist. I'm talking about at some point you had to convert. So I'm just saying, explain if you converted, that's fine. I get you. But if you never converted, then
my argument would have been, y'all not the fucking chameleon, because you're the miserable Asiatic.
well, listen, I don't know who they are. I don't know who they are. I know that they ain't no goddamn commissions.
And even before Islam or any, I don't even know what the Islam wasn't even around when we identified them as miserable Asiatic.
Yeah, miserable Asiatics.
Yeah, we mentioned that and called them that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, nigga. Hey, listen. If you claiming to be these people, then you gotta you had to have something. You had to convert. Then you converted. You went from your African spiritual system to Allah and Muhammad, right? Or you went to Jesus. Or you went to Jesus. But you converted. So at some point, your people did follow Ma'at until what happened? Until you got conquered? Are you one of the ones that got conquered? Like, so there's, I mean, I got it all out of him. The man was a Muslim. I'm trying to figure out, okay, were you ever, so if you, but you the commission though. Do you ever follow Ma'at? No. How the fuck you ain't never follow mine, but you the original?
You're a miserable Asiatic, or you are his oath. And when you was a his oath, you was imitating us. That let me know the time when y'all came in and imitated us, insulted us. But other than that, motherfucker, you always was an outsider.
Them motherfuckers from Turkey, some goddamn where. Them motherfuckers from the goddamn from
Right.
Yeah,
Turkey, some damn where.
we got hitting us, hitting y'all on the goddamn head. Goddamn it.
Right.
Yeah, we're writing y'all on the with that knife head on y'all motherfucker. Ow!
Hey, let's
Yeah.
get this joint started, man. Hey, E, hey, I'm gonna hit you up, man, and tell you what I got from that video, man.
Hey, E, hey, Unc wanted to know though, what was your interest in Sekou and Chizoriak debate?
Did you hear, see?
No, I just jumped back in the truck. What's going on?
So
No,
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
Jamie.
Hello?
Go ahead.
No,
Can you
Unc,
hear me
yeah,
now?
I can hear you. Unc wanted to know what was your interest in
Yeah,
the debate with
I just
Sekou?
jumped back in the truck. I was outside.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Okay. Hey, no,
Yeah, I can
Unc
hear you very
wanted to
clearly.
know. Okay, Unc wanted to know what was your interest in the Sekou and Chizoriak debate?
No, I somebody sent it to me, and I just started listening to it. I didn't necessarily have no interest other than seeing how sad his debate skills was once I started listening to it. But I didn't go in with no interest in neither one of them. Actually, I didn't know too much about neither one of them. I
Okay,
surely wasn't
okay,
interested in no Hebrew Israelite shit. No, not at all.
right,
It was just somebody
right.
sent it to
Right.
me. Yeah. And so when I started listening to the debate skills, this shit was flawed as fuck. Terrible.
And
So
he's supposed to be one of their
that's all it was
top
for me.
debaters. He's supposed to be
No,
one
that
of their top debaters too.
motherfucker's terrible.
Yeah, he was, man. He
Bullshit.
didn't
If he
look
the
good.
top, I can't. If he the top, I hate to see anybody lower than him debate. He was terrible.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
didn't do good, man.
No,
He didn't do
he
good. He
got
didn't.
He got off, yeah, he got off his motherfucking square real quick. Didn't know no history shit. He couldn't come back. Nothing to do with saying, and the dude was calling him out on shit he had previously said, which I wasn't privy to. Calling him out on previous shit he had previously said. Dude had no response, man. He ain't had no comeback other than start trying to degrade the dude,
Right.
talking negative to him and shit like that. Shit
Yeah.
that to get you shot in your goddamn forehead.
Right.
Yeah, he was just talking stupid.
Right. Have you ever heard Sekou speak before?
No,
Hey,
nope, not at all.
Sekou got it for you though,
Not at
man.
all.
Sekou got it for you, man. I like
Shit.
Sekou. Yeah.
Yeah, he was being real respectful. He stayed on task. He even smiled, but he was saying, "Look, man, you keep talking about you care. You ain't no woman. I ain't trying to care for you. I don't give a fuck about you care for me. I'm telling you this
Exactly.
information. Fuck you. Keep talking about what you care about. Get your bitch ass out of here. Fuck your feelings, motherfucker.
Yeah.
You try to lay him down some
Yeah.
information.
Yeah.
Right.
Sekou got it good
Yeah,
for
but
you, man.
anyway,
No
that's all it
doubt.
was to me.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like Sekou's information,
Yeah,
man.
the brother was very intelligent, man. See, Cool's got some good information, man. Yeah, so far that's the only thing I heard from him just that one time.
Yeah.
He gonna have
Yeah.
good information for you every time, man. You know, you guys know a lot, so you
I'm
know
sure.
you may
I'm
be able to
sure.
check him on some stuff. But nevertheless, he's a formidable competitor for sure. All right,
All
I'm gonna
right,
jump.
man.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
bad.
but
Go ahead,
yeah,
man.
that shit there, that was terrible.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's all it was though for me though. Yeah.
yeah. Bet. Thank you, E. Hey, I'm gonna jump this off, man.
Yes, sir.
Uh, so this is about the today is um Awaku Day festival, and the first part of it is Kwasi Day festival, and then so this is gonna give you a little intro.
This 23rd of June. Today is 23rd of June, and for farmers, it is 23rd of June. Today is 23rd of June, and for farmers in Ashanti, or what is called the Ashanti region of Ghana, it is a taboo to go to farm today. Today is considered Inchi Dabone. Why? Because the king of the Ashanti and the Ashanti people are celebrating a festival today that they call Kwesi Day. So today, in the local setting, they'll tell you today is Kwesi Day. And apart from the Kwesi Day, another important festival they have is the Ewuku Day. Now, these festivals happen in alternation. When the Kwesi Day comes, later, after a few weeks, the Ewuku Day will also come. They will celebrate that one too. And they celebrate the Kwesi Day every 6 weeks in alternation with the Ewuku Day. And so today being 23rd of June, the next Kwesi Day, you have to calculate it 6 weeks ahead, and that will fall on 4th of June. And before even the next Kwesi Day comes, the Ewuku Day will also come in between the two Kwesi Day. And then after the Kwesi Day, the Ewuku Day will also happen. The Kwesi Day falls on Sundays, and the Ewuku Day falls on Wednesdays. Yes, Wukuada in the Akan language or in the Twi language that the Asante people speak. Wukuada is Wednesday, and then Kwesiada is Sunday. And these two festivals falls on these days, and then they calculate it 6 weeks ahead. Now, why do they celebrate this festival? It is a festival that they celebrate. The king of the Ashanti leads the people to celebrate this festival to give respect to their ancestors, and then also to display their rich cultural heritage. So on a day like this, on the 23rd of June, the Otufo or said to the second, the king of the Ashanti will hold a gathering in his palace or the Menshia Palace. And over there, they will have meetings and deliberations and then think about the future of the Ashanti kingdom. And then also they will use that opportunity to display their rich cultural heritage. And in order to get everyone on board, it is a taboo to go to farm on these two special days, that is the Ewuku Day and the Kwesi Day. So on a day like this, we are not allowed to go to farm, to go and work on the farm. This is to get everyone on board. And so they will tell you that in Twi, they will say it is Dabone, which means that it is a bad day or an evil day. When you go to the farm, they believe that something bad might happen to you. But if you flout this rule and you go to the farm to go and work and you are caught, you could be summoned to any palace in your locality. So where I am now, there are chiefs here, there are elders here. If someone finds you in the farm working on a Ewuku Day or a Kwesi Day, when you actually know our announcement has been made for you to know that it is a taboo for you to go to farm on that day, you will be summoned to the palace and you could be fined. Yes, and so we take these particular festivals very seriously. However, there are some, how do you call it? There are some arrangements such that if you have to go to the farm to go and get food and not to go and work, you are allowed to go. If you have to go to the farm to check your produce and come back without working, actually, without you using cutlass or machete, whatever to work, you are allowed to go and you will not be fined in that case. You are able to prove your case that you did not go to work and you show evidence that you did not go to do any serious farming activity, then you will be spared and you will not be fined. So for those of us who are farming, this does not happen in everywhere in Ghana. Only the places that are under, let me say, the paramountcy or the rulership of the Asante king, or what we call the Asante Hene, or the king of the Ashanti people, I would say the largest ethnic group in Ghana. And he has by far, I would say that the largest land, and he is the custodian of the golden stool, which binds the people and keeps them united. And so if you are farming in Ashanti or you intend to farm in Ashanti, I hope this does not come too late. In some areas, they don't strictly abide by it, but it will be to your advantage to abide by these things so that you will be seen to show some respect to the people and their customs. Thank you.
Anybody want to share anything on that?
No, man, shit. That was so many festivals, man, throughout Africa, man, throughout, with these tribes. I mean, yeah, man, they be having. Matter of fact, when I was telling y'all about this brother, man, I think he was in Colombia. That like at the time that he was filming, they would they just so happened to be doing the festival then. Like, yeah, it's always a celebration, man, for sure. I like them. That's what's happening. It shows their heritage and culture, though. A lot about their African heritage and culture, man. The food, the diet, the food that they eat. You know what I mean? Their diet, man, says a lot. You know what I mean? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's good. Anybody else, or are we good?
I'm good.
No, I'm good, man. I'm going in and out the truck, so I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
So I asked Gerald to pick something from Ashra Kwesi that inspired him in the beginning of his remembering. That's as loud as I can get it. Can you hear it? That's as loud as I can get it. Can you guys hear it?
No, we can't hear nothing.
Still can't hear it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Right back to Africa, where our ancestors ruled for us for countless thousands of years, but they have kept us away from Africa, so we cannot go back to see what they wrote for us.
Can everybody hear it good?
Yeah, I hear it.
Gerald?
Yeah, I hear it.
Carrie, you can hear it good?
Yes, I can hear it.
So we must return back to Africa, and that's where the information that you will see tonight, that's where it came from. But before I go on, I want to keep in the tradition of African people. We have a lot of traditions. Unfortunately, we are functioning from an alien concept of everything. In the African community, we always acknowledge the elders or the older people in the community. So I will ask the elders in the community the permission to continue to speak. I am 45 years old, and keep in mind that we honor the age in the African tradition. Unlike the European society, where they try to do everything they can to try to stay young because they know they cause so much hell, these white folks cause so much hell on the planet, they know they're not going to make it to their spiritual side. So if you have a problem with your age, then you got to question, have you caused any hell on the planet since you've been here? I will ask again the elders the permission to speak. I know there's a lot more people older than 45 years in here now. I've got the permission from my elders, so I have no problem. And we must also acknowledge our present. And acknowledging our present, we acknowledge our youth. Because our youth represent our present, they represent our today. So we would like one of the youth, we have many youth here with us today, so let the African community raise the youth up so we can see our present today. Of our youth. Now we also must acknowledge the sacred womb. We also must acknowledge that micro universe that our ancestors called it. And that's the micro womb of the woman. So if there's an African sister in here tonight that has a child in her womb, please stand so the community can acknowledge our future. That is our future, brothers and sisters.
Can you still hear it?
Mine's breaking
Yeah,
up.
he broke up a little bit.
Yeah.
Better?
Now I can't hear him at all.
Can you hear it now?
Yeah, we can hear that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he went back out now.
Why it's doing that?
Want me to play it?
Can you hear it?
No.
No.
Gerald, you go ahead and play it,
Go
Gerald.
ahead and play it.
Yeah.
Or you can try, Jamie, if you had it already queued up. Go ahead, Jamie.
Let me try one
Hold
more.
on, I can get it. I can try and find it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Try one more time.
Oh, yeah.
Can't hear it?
Mm-mm.
Nope.
One more time. Sorry about that.
I can do it. You queuing up, Jamie?
I'm putting it up now.
All
I
right.
mean, if you got it already ready, go ahead.
I don't know how long I sleep for, but when I finally open my eyes again, Dimitri and Alexei are talking in hushed tones in the corner. I try to sit straighter in bed. Is it Zara? Dimitri turns to face me and offers me a weak smile.
Make sure you hit that. Yeah, there you go.
You're awake.
Okay, I got it. Okay, yeah, you good. You there.
Half closed as she turns to look at me. Oh, Zara, I was so worried about you. You can't get rid of me that easily. She squeezes my fingers weakly. You can't ever.
That motherfucker.
Can't hear it.
Yeah, come on now.
Let me try to share this one.
I barely remember anything.
Hotel African family.
Got it.
I want to thank you for that applause, but I think we have to give credit where
Y'all
credit
can
is
hear
due,
that?
and
Yep.
that credit has to go right back to Africa. For our ancestors ruled for us for countless thousands of years, but they have kept us away from Africa, so we cannot go back to see what
It's
they
low
really
volume,
are.
but we can
So
hear
we
it.
must return back to Africa, and that's where the information that you will see tonight, that's where it came from. But before I go on, I want to keep in the tradition of African people. We have a lot of traditions. Unfortunately, we are functioning from an alien concept of everything. In the African community, we always acknowledge the elders or the older people in the community. So I will ask the elders in the community the permission to continue to speak. I am 45 years old, and keep in mind that we honor age in the African tradition. Unlike the European society, where they try to do everything they can to try to stay young because they know they cause so much hell, these white folks cause so much hell on the planet, they know they're not going to make it to their spiritual side. So if you have a problem with your age, then you got to question, have you caused any hell on the planet since you've been here? Now, I will ask again the elders the permission to speak. I know there's a lot more people older than 45 years in here now. I've gotten the permission from my elders, so I have no problems. And we must also acknowledge our present. And acknowledging our present, we acknowledge our youth. Because our youth represent our present, they represent our today. So we would like one of the youth, we have many youth here with us today, so let's, the African community, raise the youth up so we can see our present today.
Already.
We are because of them.
Yeah.
We are because of
Exactly.
our elders. And we are because of our youth. Now we also must acknowledge the sacred womb.
We also must acknowledge that micro universe that our ancestors called it. And that's the micro womb of the woman. So if there's an African sister in here tonight that has a child in her womb, please stand so the community can acknowledge our future. That is our future, brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
That's what this is all about. That is the Ma'atian law of truth, justice, and righteousness and reciprocity. We acknowledge our elders in the community. We acknowledge our youth in the community. And we also acknowledge our future. It is that balance that we have to get back to, brothers and sisters. We are because of those who walked before us and gave their lives for us. And our youth, if they have nothing to go on, what will they have? So we must lay down a foundation like our ancestors laid down the foundation for countless thousands of years. And that's what I'm going to bring here to you today. All of that because each and every one of you have something down into your African ancestral genetic memory bank. But that door in many cases have been locked up through self-hate, the hating of Africa. I don't want to deal with that black stuff. I don't want to hear that. But the ancestors are knocking at the door. Let me in. Let me in. And once that ancestral doorway will open up, that's when we will be free. That's why white folks have done everything they can to keep that ancestral doorway locked up. They talk about we can't acknowledge our ancestors. If you go back to Washington, D.C., you see nothing but white statues all over the place. White statues all over the country. But yet, when you speak of ancestors, they say it's pagan, it's heathen, and all these negative connotations that they have given to Africa. So we have become sensitive and don't want to deal with that because we say, I don't want to deal with that heathen thing. Not realizing that the word heathen came from a German term that means heath. A heath dweller, one who was uncivilized. White folks have been uncivilized on the planet Earth. From the dawn of time, they have not brought the spiritual balance of Ma'at that our ancestors talked about. It was taught right there in the African Nile Valley. So we are here today to bring the images because images shape our reality. Unfortunately, our reality has been shaped by white folks. In many cases, right there in our living room is where the new brain control machine is right there in our living room shaping our reality. The other day, the brother was talking about something on the news, and he's parroting the news. I said, that's what the news says, but what do you say? So we have got to have a critical, analytical analysis, brothers and sisters. We have got to stop deifying white folks. We've got to stop deifying the Western world. We've got to stop branding ourselves and calling ourselves Greeks. I thought we had enough of the branding on the slave plantation.
Come on.
And now that we are going back with visual documentation and bringing it back to you, that's why white folks are up in arms now. Now you got to have multiculture now. Now here they want to have a whole new thing is to integrate your stuff and mix it up all over again so you will not know it. As soon as we start to get to our African center, there's a problem. Every time you look in a mirror, you only see one center, and that's your African center that you're looking at. If everybody else, from the Koreans to Ashkenazi Jews, from the Caucasus Mountains, Italians, and everybody else can see themselves from their center and name their town after their center, like Chinatown, Korean town, where is your African town?
No.
That's the question you got to ask. But we are down here like a carcass where everybody is feeding off of us, feeding off the body of Africa. But yet, we are here today to bring together our African mind, to see ourselves from our center and see that all others have stolen from us. We're going to go into this presentation. We're going to see the visual documentation that our ancestors left for us. Yes, I'm going to deal with the parts of the body, not like white folks deal with it in a perversion. They have not been able to deal with the sacredness of the body. We deal with the penis and the vagina from a spiritual level, especially with age up on us today. We have got to go back to the spiritual story so we can talk to our children about the spirituality of the human body and not look at it from white folk point of view. They've always kept themselves covered up. They have not been able to deal with the sacredness of the body. So we're going to deal with that. We're going to deal with the whole thing of Masonry. You know, I've come here many times and I've discussed many topics from Christianity to Judaism. But many of us who are in Masonry talking about run around, I can't give up the secret. The secret is you were not allowed to know your own African knowledge. That was the secret.
No shit.
So no matter what field we're in, no matter what field you're in, you can go and see where your ancestors laid it down for countless thousands of years, and it's time for the emancipation of African people's mind now. And white folks are up in on. They know that the ancestral spirit is coming out now. They know that we're going back. We're not going to France. We're not going to Greece, and we're not going to the land of our slave masters. Where our ancestors are calling us back home. All the hell that has happened to our mind, we should not be going back to Africa. But now we are going back because the doorway is opening up. All I want you to do today, this evening, is have a critical, analytical analysis. In fact, I am comfortable enough to say up here, you shouldn't believe nothing I say up here. Seek it for yourself. Doesn't it say, seek and ye shall find? And once you find the truth, know that truth, because that truth will do what? Set you free, as our ancestors said, for you to know thyself. That's what we must do, brothers and sisters. So we want to open up so we can lay down a foundation for these children for tomorrow. Other brothers and sisters like Marcus Garvey, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Yah Sasiwa, the Shawnee Kingdom, Nefertari, and many others laid it down for us. So we also must continue the ancestral legacy so we can go forward in the future. So I want you to sit back and relax. And we're going to go through the visual documentation of the slide presentation that I put together here. And don't be disturbed by the emotion, because the whole universe is in motion. White folks don't like you to have emotion. They know that's our intuitive African side that naturally rises up. So we should naturally be in motion with this knowledge, brothers and sisters. And you may not know the brother and sister next to each other. So to keep with that African balance, turn to each other and say, it's good to be here as an African family once again. It's good to be here as an African family once again. Be here. Doesn't that feel good? That feels good. Elder. Be here, the African family once again. All right. Now you got to stop. You can just turn it into a social event. And brother's been eyeing that sister, and that sister's been eyeing that brother. They said, this is my chance to make my move, right? But I'm not going to give you the chance now. We got to get into the knowledge and deal with it from that perspective. So it's a great honor to come back to deal with the African origin of civilization and Freemasonry. And let's give Brother Malik a big hand for putting on the cultural and historical art story, keeping the legacy, keeping that legacy going. And Brother Jamal, another great warrior and griot who's with us as well. Give him a big hand. These are the young griots, or griot as some would say, that's helping to keep our story alive, brothers and sisters. So in keeping that story alive, we must come from an African center. I'm not coming to you from way on the other side of town, coming to you to talk to you about Africa. I've always been with my people and never left my people. Moved to Dallas and still moved right back into a black neighborhood. You got Negroes now who want to talk to us about Africa, and as soon as the program's over, 2 hours by freeway, that's where they live. Now, in some cases on the other side of town, we've developed black communities. So I'm not talking about those who have developed black communities on the other side of town. I'm talking about those who intentionally want to get away from their own people. That's who I'm talking about. So in the beginning, God said what? What was prior to the light? So we shouldn't have no problems with darkness, is that right? So let's get back to some blackness and to the visual documentation.
That's why.
1 second here. So images shape our reality. So we want our story to be shaped from our reality, not someone else's reality. And only then we start to pull our story together, brothers and sisters. And we want to deal with the fallopian tube. We all came from the fallopian tube. And it's our ancestors, brothers and sisters, who referred to the fallopian tube of the Nile Valley. Why did they refer to it as the fallopian tube? Because it's from the beginning of the Nile Valley where our ancestors started from. It's in the area of the Great Lakes region of Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Burundi, and also Rwanda, where you see the Great Lakes regions of Africa called Lake Nyanza Mwanza, where you see the earliest monogenetic origin. What am I talking about when I say monogenetic origin? That means one origin that came up out of this fallopian tube of the Nile Valley, where our ancestors migrated down approximately 4,200 miles of the Nile. And here we reach the zenith of civilization in the land of Kemet, that they call Egypt today. Our ancestors migrated out all over the planet Earth, and early Brahmones who migrated into Europe long before there was any existence of Europeans. There we see the glaciation period of a cold period lasting thousands of years. A mutation effect that took place that created the Cro-Magnon man. But these are the early Africans that came up out of the fallopian tube, the little Twa who migrated to Asia and also to the Americas. This is according to National Geographic. Look at this, brothers and sisters, and see that this was in fact a black planet. Let's go see the signs and the symbols of these early Grand Master Masons who used the science of observation of the nectars, that is the nature today, to give us the various signs, a little Twa, showing right here on a lotus flower representing birth. Why is he representing birth on a lotus flower? Because they are the first people who gave birth to the world that came up out of the fallopian tube, brothers and sisters. That's why you see this may have been the first black power salute, showing that this at one time was an all-black planet at one time from these little Africans called Bess and Kemet and called the Twa in the interior of Africa. They left signs and symbols all over the planet Earth. We see that these little Twa, who were the first operative Masons, they are the ones you see in Asia. You see the little Twa, that they left their signs and symbols, but because of white supremacy, they have not been able to see the signs and symbols of the earliest pre-dynastic language system going back over 25,000 years. You always see them with their tongues sticking out. Let's see the little Twa represented as Bess in Egypt representing birth, always with the tongue sticking out. Y'all want to be? Let's go on and see that the little Twa with the tongue sticking out, clearly telling us that they were the sea people. They left their symbols all over the planet Earth. Let's go to the Mayan calendar. Can't you see this symbol right here? This is the Mayan calendar. What do you see as the little Twa who were the stellar people right in the center of the calendar? These are the signs and symbols. They left us all over the planet Earth, and this is on the Medinet star. On the Medinet star, we see that they had dominion over the forces of nature that we showed in Kemet. This was the spiritual land. These were the first operative Masons. These were the Africans from their observations of nature that gave us eventually the mystery system of Kemet. And mystery, by the way, I'll deal with that later, deals with the African spiritual system. But you see the Twa on top of their head of the Haru figure showing that they had dominion over the forces of nature. This is what brought about the zoomorphic forms. We did not worship animals. They represented divine Netarus from the forces of nature. And they knew the Twa had dominion over these early forms, and they used these zoomorphic forms or animal forms to represent a higher form of communication. In fact, now we come into the land of the northeast corner. This is the northeast corner of Kemet, meaning black. Kemet Ta, meaning the black land. Kemet Nu, meaning the black people. Here we see that from this early time, brothers and sisters, we find the oldest kingdom right here in the northeast corner. That early kingdom goes back to Tasseti. Tasseti is a time period that is called Land of the Bow. It goes back 26,000 years, and that's even documented by Oriole Institute in Chicago, Keith Seal and Bruce Williams. Now, let's look at this because we see that this is the earliest pre-dynastic development of dynastic Egypt. Another time period is called the Badarian Age. These are the early Africans who also gave us a writing system. But let's go into the Nile Valley. This is where we're going to spend our time in the northeast corner, where we received the light of the knowledge of the world and where the Western world got their light of the world from. Let's go after this because during the Badarian period, over 10,000 years, they gave us the earliest writing system. They gave us the first concept of God and goddess. And this matrilineal system of Africa, we said for there to be a god, it had to be a goddess, and for there to be a goddess, it had to be a god. They are the ones who gave us the concept of resurrecting to the perpendicular to the living king. Let's look at this stellar writing here, because those of us who are Masons know that the story of Hiram Abiff, which is around 900 years BC, who was raised to the living perpendicular, but that is on this stellar stone here of the early writing from the Badarian period. This symbol means best, okay, or mess, meaning birth. showing the resurrection of the king to the living perpendicular of 360 degrees, where he will take the ladder to become the Horus king. So this is long before some Harem Habib, where he was raised from the dead, from the Grandmaster's Iron Paul, that we'll get into later. But I'm showing you that long before Western Freemasonry, or Hebrew Masonry, or Jewish Masonry, this was from a pre-dynastic time of the living perpendicular. Let's go and look even further, brothers and sisters, to see that they gave us astrology, ancient cosmological science, from their observation of the celestial universe that corresponded to terrestrial forces, meaning that we were the first agricultural people, and we had to map out the stars to know where the stars were at to plant the food. Agriculture goes back over 18,000 years in the Nile Valley. Even the Twa, who were the first stellar people, brothers and sisters, hear me now, they were the first stellar people who mapped out the stars and gave us the first stellar calendar. They still paint the stars on their face to this very day. They were the people, listen to me now, who were first deified as the first concept of a monotheistic concept of one God. They were deified as Ptah, who was the architect of the universe and no other than the Twa. So when a Mason talking about the architect of the universe, this was the original architect of the universe that you brilliantly displayed in the temples right there in Kemet, jet black. Why is he jet black? Because the key carbon for life in the universe is black. You must put the seed down into the blackness of the earth for life to come up. The stars are born from the macro womb of the universe. And the baby is born out of the macro darkness of the womb. So everything is coming out of blackness. But Ptah was the architect of the universe and a monotheistic concept of one God, long before there was a monotheistic concept of a one God in the Western world, long before El or Elohim or Yahweh or Jehovah, and the concept of, do we have even Allah? This was the first concept of God that our ancestors created brilliantly on the temples and tombs. Here, this African queen, a goddess, not queen, she was a goddess. It was out of the African creation story of Ptah creating Nut, Shu, Geb, the earth, and Ra, the sun, that the first man and woman was created, called Aset and Asar. She's holding the Ankh for life, because out of her womb she will create life. And every king that came and sit on the throne had to sit on her throne. Ankh of life, a symbol of the first immaculate conception and resurrection story. These are the temples that Theodosius and Justinian in the 4th and 5th century AD was trying to shut down and destroy this spiritual story of African people. Let's look at it and see that in the African creation story, this beautiful black goddess Aset, this beautiful African goddess with her throne on her head and her husband Asar were created simultaneously in the African creation story. We didn't have no story that a rib was taken from the man to make the woman. How can we be so gullible when all of you can lift up that shirt and see that neighbor with that umbilical cord was severed from my mother? But they were created simultaneously. Let's go on and look at this story, because in the story, Asar has an evil brother named Set, who was out to kill his brothers. Got 72 conspirators to trick him to get into a sarcophagus that only he could fit. And many versions of the story, but one version is that he cut it up into 14 pieces and threw it into the river Nile. The goddess Aset came to him, to the Nile, happy, and said, please return my husband's body back to me. Miraculously, all the pieces came together but the penis. And the catfish ate that. And you know in Kemet, the people don't eat the catfish for fear that they might be eating Osiris's penis. So you better watch eating that catfish. You might be eating Osiris's penis. But let's go to the world's first holy city, Aptu, that today the Arabs call Abydos. Let's go into the temple of Setiwan, into the Ptah Soka shrine. You see Asar lying out on the funeral bed, and you see the goddess Aset descends on his penis to take the seed from him to take back to her womb to create the first virgin birth, immaculate conception, and resurrection story. This is the only one left. The others have been chiseled out because the Europeans could not deal with the spiritual side of this story. Now we see the penis is now chiseled out, but it was a sacred. Don't we consider the body as being sacred anymore? Let's go after this, brothers and sisters, because now Asar is going to resurrect from the dead. Now you see on this ancient papyrus, they had no problem showing the penis. He is now resurrecting from the dead. This great king who's deified as a god. With the beetle, we did not worship the beetle. It represented Keparah. He will be transformed in the resurrection. Here we see the story of where the harem of this story was taken from this of being raised, okay, with the grandmaster's grip. Let's see the sun right above his penis. Our ancestors had a spiritual connection with the Netarus, or nature. Right before sunrise, what happens to you brothers occasionally right before sunrise? What happens right before sunrise? You rise too. You get an erection, right? An erection for the resurrection. So they saw that he will resurrect from the dead. And the X means to resurrect. This is going to be powerful symbols for later on. So the X means he is resurrecting from the dead. But this is where we see not only the harem of this story, but even the European version of Christianity. This is where we get the earliest concept of the resurrection. Let's look even further and see it through the dialectical laws of opposites. Of this God and goddess that we see the first creation of the union of Ashra and Aset to create the first immaculate conception, where she also gives forth a virgin birth to her root. But
Hey, what's up, more from that Christianity group?
Kurt Franklin?
The one
No,
that you put the skates on.
Oh, the anonymous member. Damn, I
He
forgot his name.
would have had a problem with that. Boy, he would have called us names.
Yeah. No doubt.
He would have been mature enough to even watch that and understand that. That's my point.
Him and Fred.
Yeah. What? Y'all in there watching penis? Y'all okay? Like, man, shut them stupid ass up. Yeah.
Right. He's speaking
Yeah.
truth, man. He's speaking
Yeah.
Kwesi, he's speaking shit I understand, man.
Well, again, I played the video. They don't have these kind of his videos on YouTube and nothing no more. He made sure he was the first one to man that. You know what I'm saying? So when you see videos of him, them videos of him in timid, and them other people recording him. You with me?
Right.
Yeah. He put whatever you wanna. So, but on his videos like this, he be going hard. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Real hard. And this when I was watching these way back in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? So people who really knew him and was really watching the videos before YouTube and internet came out, you had to have a video. And somebody recording this off a TV.
Right.
That's the only reason we see it, because recorded somebody recorded off a TV. But that's not hard. I think this like 1998 or something like that on this video.
Yeah, any of the videos I seen Ashra Crazy, he going hard, man.
Yeah, and they gonna be over 25 years old. You
Right.
know, that information was already being given way back then.
Yeah, and
Anybody else?
he got
My
such a
man.
great delivery too, man. You know, like you can just the grassroots sharing the grassroots, man, and easy to understand.
He gonna
I'm gonna
always
say,
keep.
that'll blow your mind.
Yeah.
He gonna always keep your attention, man, because he keep it. It's like he keeps it exciting.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He and when just the way he flows through it, man. Yeah,
I'm gonna
I
tell
like his
you
delivery.
something.
I like his delivery, man.
This is memorized.
Yeah, no doubt.
You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Right,
it's
right.
You hear what
memorized.
I'm saying?
That's right.
He's
I got his face, right? And he was in Dallas, and I'm in Houston. So I can see him 2 times a year. And then one time, I went to a college with him and helped him out. You know what I'm saying? He
Wow,
had
no
been
doubt.
doing me so many times. Then I helped him out up at Fairview.
Yeah,
This
that's what's
man
up.
memorized everything he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, I done watched him on the video, and then when he come in live, he said everything verbatim. Man, and I'm like, God damn. what the hell is going on? You know what I'm saying? He ain't missing a beat. He got this hit to his heart.
Yeah, and you can tell it too, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
I
don't
don't
skip
like
it.
what he said. If you see him live, he'll do it exactly the same way. Yeah, we gonna stand up, woman. We gonna introduce the children. He'll say the name. Martin, he'll say everything in the name. What the hell is going on?
Right.
He that good. He
Yeah,
that good. For
yeah,
real. Yeah.
yeah, I
He
agree.
like a comedian who goes somewhere, then they finish their product by the time they record it. That's how he knew.
Right,
By the
right,
time he recorded it, he know it verbatim. And then once he recorded, he don't step away from it.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's powerful.
yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, that's hella powerful.
King was deified as a god. But it goes back to Haru, the Shimsu Hor, the falls of Horus, these pre-dynastic Horus kings, brothers and sisters. They are the ones who laid out the whole Giza Plateau and our Zeptepi, or first time of creation. And they wanted the story of Asar and a Set to stay for eternity. So Orion represented Asar and Ceres represented a Set, who the Greeks call Osiris and Isis. And Haru represented the sun. So they saw our story in the constellation of the universe. And these great Shimsu Hors looked to the stars to the making and the laying out in the whole Giza Plateau and our Zeptepi of creation. So the whole Giza Plateau is laid out on a spiritual connection of this world's first trinity of Asar and Aset and Haru. Let's go on to see, brothers and sisters, that although a man named Robert Bouvel was dealing with this, he did not go into the pre-dynastic time period of our spiritual connection to the universe. But now you can see Horem Akhet, who the Greeks call the Sphinx, looking to the east, where Leo, the lion, and the constellation of Leo is rising in the meridian. That's when the sun, through its ecliptic path, is returning back to Orion. That's why we see Horem Akhet is in the form of the Leo, because our ancestors symbolically saw Haru. Personification of the sun was going back to his spiritual mother and father. This was the basis of the layout of the oldest colossal on the planet Earth, called Horem Akhet, over 240 feet long and over 65 feet high. But we as African people do not know much about it, but yet built by these great Shimsu Hor, pre-dynastic Horus kings. This is where the Grand Master's grip of the lion's paw came from. Long before Hiram Abiff, around 900 years BC, who we are told that Solomon raised him up with the Grand Master's grip of the lion's paw. This is where the initiations took place. From pre-dynastic to dynastic time, that every king had to come between the lion's paw, like Thutmose IV in the dream stellar that he put there, and symbolically, he would be raised from the dead with the Grand Master's grip of the lion's paw. This is the origin of it, long before some Hiram Abiff around 900 years BC. In fact, as this ancient operative
That's right.
Egyptian
That's
monuments
right.
contain
That's
vital
right.
information and should be of special interest to the brothers of the third degree, who have been raised from the dead level to the living perpendicular by the eagle's claw or lion's paw. It should also be of as inspiration to all craftsmen who are endeavoring and to live up to the spiritual teachings which form the superstructure of the great Masonic order. So now you see every king symbolically represented a Asar, and showing that the Grand Master's grip of the lion's paw to resurrect him to life. This was the origin of the Grand Master's grip of the lion's paw that we see in Freemasonry and the Blue Lodge of the third degree. But yet long before then, this is where we see the origin where it came from, right here long before Hiram Abiff. Right here in Kemet.
Hey, none of y'all was no Masons, huh?
Man, no.
Okay. But that raising up and all that now, or even the Greek thing, crossing the sand and raising up to a higher person, all that is coming from the resurrection of the fall. Anytime you hear all that, or anybody trying to be a better person, and I got some secret, or you gotta join this, that's silly. That's Authorian Resurrection 101.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when I was little, they had masons and stuff and trying to bring the boys up to me and all that kind of shit. So I remember, when I was little. And then when I got older, I would see some of my homeboys. I knew they wasn't in church too much, or didn't know too much. But then they were me in the ceremony, talking about they were, they were third degree. And and all this kind of shit. So I was like, okay. And then they act like they got some knowledge, but no, they might have some information about the Lord, but they ain't got no real knowledge itself. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else want to say tonight?
No, I'm good. I'm enjoying this.
Already, let's roll.
Was raised in the craft of Amun-Ra. In 1983, standing before the stone where I said I would give my life to tell our story. This is where the priests came and took the kings who stood here like Thutmose IV of the 18th dynasty, and he was also raised with the Grand Master's grip of the lion's paw upon Akhet. But yet it was much later in 1778 that a mutant barbarian like Napoleon came in 1798 and lined up 21 cannons and decided to blow the nose off this documented in Los Angeles Times because of his African features. And now Sheldon Peck, July 3rd, 1992, came out and said the Sphinx may really be a black African. Oh, really? With a white face off here. Thus, the Sphinx is likely a facial representation of the black African, considering the people of the ancient Egyptians derived from the ancestors of mixture of African and Mediterranean. No, there were no mixture, no African and Mediterranean. These were pre-dynastic African time period. But they go on to say facial soft tissue analysis of this fabled man lion would support a much earlier origin of the Sphinx when Africans, they say, may have dominated the region. No, they dominated the region because even a man named Count Boney, in his book called Ruins of the Empire, that Thomas Jefferson refused to be published in the United States. He made this statement because at that time Thomas Jefferson said we were 3/5 of the human being and inferior and had nothing to do with this. They were stealing us and the knowledge too. But Count Boney makes this statement, embarking upon a sojourn to Egypt in the year 1783, the slave trade was at its zenith and he made a discovery about the African race that would forever change his outlook. All the inhabitants had bloated face, puffed up eyes, flat nose, and thick lips. I was attempting to attribute to the climate, but when I visited the Sphinx, his appearance gave me the key to the riddle. On seeing that head, typically Negro as they were using then, and all its features, I remember the remarkable passage where Herodotus in the 5th century BC says, as for me, I judge the Chaldeans to be a colony of Egyptians, because like them, they are black with woolly hair. In other words, the ancient Egyptians were true Negroes of the same types of all native-born Africans. Just think that this race of black men today are slaves, and the object of our scorn is the very race to which we owe our arts, sciences, even the use of speech. Just imagine, finally, there's a missing people who would call themselves the greatest friends of liberty and humanity, that one has approved the most barbarian slavery and question whether black men have the same intelligence as whites. But yet we go on and look at this and see, sure, Count Boney was right, because you look at the prognosis jaw of these pre-dynastic Horus kings, and you can align them with the pre-dynastic Africans or line them with the Twa today and show that they were the same people who migrated down to now and built this colossal right here. Let's go into now a time period called the Archaic period. The Archaic period that Marin Jehudi gave it 5,700 years BC, that many European Egyptologists could not deal with it and came up with 3,200 years BC. And I don't like to use the term Egyptology because that was started during the time of white supremacy. I like to do it as Dr. J would call it, Kemetology. But let's go on to see that this African, on his palate in Kemet, it shows him in a procession with his placenta to show that the placenta of his mother was from the royal African throne, and he's walking in that procession to show that he had the right to take the throne because Africa was a matrilineal system. This is the African who is known as a Simatawi. A Simatawi is the unifier of the land because he unified Kemet, because even during his time, Kemet was hit by invasions out of the desert. This is an African who started hydraulic engineering, but yet our children go to college and not one word is mentioned of this African who started hydraulic engineering. This is an African who set up a capital dedicated to the architect of the universe, Ptah, called Ptah, the house of Ptah, that the Greeks took from that and made Egyptic Gus, where we get the name Egypt from.
Hello.
Let's look into even further and see that now we're into the Old Kingdom of the 3rd dynastic period. We're talking around the time period around 2,800 years BC. This Grand Master, Zoser Neterket, these are the African Grand Masters of civilization. No matter where you are in this room, he's looking at you because their ancestors believe the spirit shines through the eyes. His nose had been hacked out too, but he got the post-speech, the divine beard, and the Nimbus crown of African people. But he commissioned a multi-genius Grand Vizier, architect, astronomer, physician, architect, Imhotep, to build him the greatest structure on the planet Earth and the world's first stone building in Saqqara, known as the Step Pyramid. Still, they can't even figure out how this first pyramid was built. And it was the first stone building above ground. But his father also built the first stone building under the ground.
Come on.
But let's look at this even further, brothers and sisters, to see, as you see the Step Pyramid
Gonna pause it?
almost 5,000 years ago, but yet we're going to Mount Moriah. Mason's going to Mount Moriah to see Solomon's temple, and they'll show you.
Gonna pause it, Gerald?
To be here. There's no use to be here. Here's the stone buildings of the Grand Masters right here.
My man.
No, I thought I heard somebody saying they wanted to pause it.
That was the meaning saying go ahead, man.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But anybody want to say something, you know?
No, that's really good, man.
We're talking about a Mason. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It ain't no playing around. A Mason is a master millionaire. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, when the Americans and George Washington and all them, how they were Masons, there was no motherfucking master millionaire. Master millionaire is what we looking at right now.
Wow.
It's still standing tonight, and that's the verse 1.
That's crazy.
And it's still standing tonight. Imhotep, goddammit. When you looking at that, we looking at Imhotep.
Wow.
This ain't talking to. This is what all humans want to know. Not just Africans, but all humans want to know this. And it was humanity's first greatest thing. You know? So,
Right.
yeah. Master Miller is the one who milled it. We did that. We the first engineer.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And then still standing. No argument. No undisputed. Who did it? Where is that? And all that. You know? Come on now.
Right. Right. Still
Yeah.
trying to figure out how they did it.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
We all over. Jamie started the meeting now. We all over the place, man.
And we everywhere, King. Everywhere.
Yeah. Exactly.
You name it, we there.
Yep. But like you say, what we need our best work was right here in Chile, in the Nile Valley. Way back in the day. We put in that work. And left our documentation for everybody to see.
Right.
And we can still go back right now in 2025 and see it.
Right. That's crazy.
Right. But they start talking about what, if you don't know your real history, you got a history from the Bible. Going to Eden. You don't know what no goddamn going to Eden. We don't know what no, none of that shit. What Solomon Temple or anything you want to name right there in history. Well, you know about Egypt right there.
Right there.
Yeah, ain't no Tower of Babel, ain't no whatever they can name that in that Bible, going back in ancient history, it ain't there. But whenever you name Egypt and Heaven, it's still standing.
I say.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's powerful, man. Thank you.
let's keep it moving.
Yep.
Thank you, Gerald.
Oh,
Let's see how white folks have corrupted it.
I'm hyped now.
I know it.
told them hype my ass up. Like I said, this was the first video, not this one, but he was the first one when I came home and I saw one of these videos. And I was like, he ain't lying, he's telling it, and it was all from then. I knew about him before I knew about Dr. Jonathan Clark. He the one told me about Jonathan Clark and told me about Dr. Million. But this was one of his first things that I saw. So, it was 1990, 1995. So it was over 30 years ago when I got introduced into this type of information that it was given. 30 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. I should know more, goddammit.
You know plenty.
It making me feel a little embarrassed, goddamn. But that's how long it is. Yeah.
Right. Shit, you teaching, man. You teaching.
Already.
They would say Museum of Jewish Heritage. And a step pyramid of RNs. There was no Jews here. Jews had nothing to do with this. That's why they try to make it a multicultural to destroy our story, because we are now going through the final emancipation of our mind now. Let's look at this now. It had nothing to do with no Jewish heritage. These are Ashkenazi Jews living in the Caucasus Mountains. Had nothing to do with that. Who were, according to this Josephus, who lived around 37 to 100 AD, these were the Hyksos who invaded our land that I deal with in my African history versus biblical myths. Another lecture for another time. And then they go on to say a living memorial to the Holocaust. Had nothing to do with that whatsoever. But the Grand Master that built this first stone building, step pyramid, was the Grand Master himself, this black man, Imhotep.
I say.
These are the Grand Masters that they don't want our children and our babies to know about. That's why we have to build our own schools for the emancipation of our future generations of our minds here. This is an African, long before some man named William Harvey knew the circulation of the blood, Imhotep knew the circulation of the blood. Long before some Eratosthenes, the Athenian that they're telling our children, who gave us supposedly the circumference of the earth, the 25,000 miles of the circumference of the earth, Imhotep, who studied the winter solstice and the summer solstice, gave us the circumference of the earth 5,000 years ago, long before some Eratosthenes. This is an African who was a physician, long before some Hippocrates. But yet our children are told that Hippocrates was the first father of medicine. But yet Imhotep predated Hippocrates by over 2,000 years. These are the stories that they don't want us to know in the African Nile Valley, brothers and sisters. This Grand Master Astronomer, Architect, Grand Vizier, High Priest, Karihel, Imhotep, this black man. Let's go on reading the sacred scroll sitting on the square. But yet if I was to take you back to the Pa'ank, or the House of Life, where the Western world gets its concept of hospital from, you would see that his head has been knocked off, so the world would not see this black man, who was the architect, Grand Vizier, Grand Master, long before the Western world had any Grand Masters, and still don't have none. This African black man, Imhotep, sitting on the square that we will deal with in just a few minutes. Scottish Rite Building in Los Angeles. Here they got Imhotep, didn't even bother to put his name, Asclepius, they put Imhotep, and even put Imhotep and Zoser. This is a Grand Master who built the world's first stone building, but brothers who are Mason know nothing about Imhotep. They can only tell us about Hiram-Abip, who built for Solomon. And Hiram-Abip is second to Imhotep and Zoser on this temple in the Scottish Rite Building in Los Angeles. Before Hiram-Abip and Solomon of 900 years BC, Imhotep goes back to 2,700 years BC. These were the first sons of light, whose knowledge was activated through the mind. If we must open up our mind, we are the ones who started this. These were the Grand Masters. Right here in the northeast corner, where the light of the world came right here. They crossed the burning sands to get the knowledge right from African people. In fact, going into the Pa'ank, or the House of Life, as you walked in, you see these cobras rising up. And Ra, the sun, called Ra Harakte, was the key energy to activate something called the pineal gland to bring out spiritual consciousness. This is even where you get the medical association symbol from. As you see right here with the wings and the cobras rising up to activate the pineal gland to bring out spiritual consciousness, that you even see the African mystery system. The African spiritual mystery system is right there in the Bible. Genesis chapter 32, verse 30 and 31. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face and my life is preserved. 31, and as he passed over Peniel, the sun, S-U-N, rose upon him and he halted upon his thigh. Meaning the sun rose upon him, hit him in his forehead, he halted upon his thigh. Where did it come from? Let's go back to King Tutankhamun shrine. Sun rising upon him, hits his pineal gland, he halts upon his thigh because he's met God face to face. When you see it ends up right here in Genesis chapter 32, verse 31, and as he passed over Pineal, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Taken from your African ancestors' shrines right here. And then they're going to call us sun worshipers. We were not sun worshipers. The sun was the key energy to activate the spiritual consciousness of the pineal gland so we can see God face to face. And in anatomy courses today, they tell you that the pineal gland has no purpose. May not have no purpose for white folks, but it definitely has purpose for black people because it has melanin inside of that color. There is the melanin that the first people on the planet Earth.
Now we in church tonight.
This is the
Right.
perpendicular of the rising up and the resurrection again long before some hair him up here. Let's go on and see brothers and sisters.
Yeah,
our brothers
he did it too.
Wow, showing the key energy to activate the pineal gland that we even took to India. That's why we put the red dot right in the middle of our head, showing this was the seat of the soul. This was corrupted by the road.
Yeah, man.
What's up?
Remember we was talking about that Kundalini energy?
That's right.
You see them snakes right there outside his face?
The what? The snakes? Yeah, I see them.
Yeah, on the side of his face.
Right.
And then the thing on top of his head. We wasn't just talking about it, we been doing it. He's showing you right now. That's Kundalini raising up to the highest power.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, man, our people, man, we was our ancestors was on it, man.
Right.
Oh man, hey, cold gold. You just don't know, man, how advanced our people is, man. It's just, hey, man, it's amazing, King. It's amazing, man. Like it just don't stop, King.
That
It just don't
symbol
stop.
on the top of his head is the no-nonsense symbol. When in the Delphi temple, they would have that symbol over there, and in Greek, they had no-nonsense written in Greek over the top of it. And in Kemet right now, we showing you, we been doing that. That wasn't nothing new, we been doing it.
Right.
Yeah, the whole thing with the snakes on the side of his head and everything. You know,
Right. That's beautiful.
yeah.
Our people, man.
Yeah. Imagine if we went to Sunday school and got this on Sunday.
Right.
Yeah, that would be real church. We'll be real learning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
sir.
couldn't wait. Why you brought this information?
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna bring it, man.
Already.
Persecutions and others. This is where you see they got the chakras rising up to activate the light of the mind of the pineal gland and 13 stars representing transformation and rebirth. And then they're going to give us little white angels in the angelical realm when in fact it was the pineal gland and the brain. This was the concept that they set up in 1776 in the Bavarian society called the Illuminati. That was copied from African people who were the illuminators. That was through knowledge. Once your mind is opened up through the pineal gland, that would breathe the light of knowledge that was started right here in Africa. This is what they have not wanted us to open up, as our mind, brothers and sisters.
That's right. Facts.
This African Grand Master of the 4th dynastic period, around 2600 years BC, Akhet Khufu. Akhet Khufu built the greatest structure on the planet Earth. known as the Great Pyramid, 7 million tons of masonry, 2,300,000 stones put in exact position from the base to the top, originally 481 feet, 2,300,000 stones. But yet those Gothic churches in Europe, all of them can fit comfortably down inside of the Great Pyramid. Take all the Gothic and medieval churches of Europe, still doesn't make up the masonry of the Great Pyramid. The pyramid was called Harakuti, the great light that the Greeks corrupted into pyramid, that means house of fire. Each equilateral plane representing air, earth, fire, and water, where Sultan Hassan came and tore off the white limestone to build buildings around Cairo. Even Herodotus in 450 BC, when he came in, he saw the white limestone that covered the pyramid, built by this grand master right here named Khufu. But yet Masons talk about Ham-Bapif. Why can't we talk about Khufu? Build the greatest structure still in our face today. You can't go to Mount Moriah and find no Solomon's temple there. But yet you see the Giza Plateau. You see the pyramids of Khufu, Khafra, Menkaure. No, I'm not saying the Greek names that they call Cheops, Shifrin, and Miscellaneous. I mean, listen to those names. But say Khufu. Now say Cheops. Now what's that sound like versus Khufu? Khufu was the grand master right here. But our ancestors, brothers and sisters, were building these pyramids on cosmic law. From the Zep Tepi of the first time they knew what they were building, the blueprint was already there. This was the spiritual cosmic connection, because many Europeans couldn't figure out. They said, well, they were not grandmaster builders, because if they were grandmaster builders, why is it that Khufu and Khafra's pyramid is the perfect alignment and Menkaure's pyramid is off alignment? They didn't understand that this was a spiritual cosmic connection. The pyramids of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure corresponded to the 3 stars in Orion's belt called Al-Nalam, Al-Natek, and Nemteka. This was the purpose. This was the spiritual connection that our ancestors had with the spiritual universe, brothers and sisters.
That's crazy.
These were built with cosmic laws, brothers and sisters, connecting heaven and earth. This is what's locked up in our genetic memory bank. This is what is here. Let's look at this now and see that our ancestors was on a spiritual cosmic connection. What did Orion represent? What was the spiritual connection with this cosmic spiritual connection that our ancestors saw in our Zep Tepi of the first time? Here they saw in the Tahuti text. And the Tahuti text, it says that Tahuti told the student Greek Asclepius that Egypt was in the image of heaven. Here our ancestors said that Orion represented a star. The 7 stars in Orion represented a star, because the star was the great king that every king wanted to become one with, to be born again, into the resurrection, into the new life. So we were building heaven on earth, brothers and sisters.
Come on.
This was the spiritual connection that our ancestors were at, connecting the celestial and the terrestrial universe. This was building heaven on earth. That's documented and validated on Amenhotep III's pyramid of the 12th dynasty period. The capstone is in the Cairo Museum, as you see Orion right here. And now we can see a star in Orion, where every king wanted to become one with, and Al-Natek corresponds with the Great Pyramid. And Al-Natek in astronomy is called the Great Light, just like Harakuti, the Great Pyramid, is called the Great Light. But here our ancestors saw this. It says in the Tahuti text that Asar said he will build his kingdom on earth as it is in heaven. This is where
That's right.
Later the African spiritual mystery system was copied and ended up in St. Luke chapter 11 verse 1 through 13, that our Father, which art in heaven, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Taken from African people's spiritual mystery system, brothers and sisters. Now, this is African people's sacred knowledge and our sacred wisdom, still all around us, but is locked up and we're unlocking the key. But yet, we find it in Amos chapter 5, verse 8. It says, seeketh him that maketh the 7 stars in Orion. Seeketh him that maketh the 7 stars of Orion, with no other than a star that you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the 7 stars in Orion. That's where we get Amos chapter 5, verse 8. Seeketh him that maketh the 7 stars of Orion. This is where it goes back to. This is our sacred knowledge, where every king wanted to be one with a star, because he symbolically was born again. They knew that then. That becoming one with Orion, you would be born again. But guess what? National Geographic came out. Orion, where stars are born. National Geographic Society the heaven, starburst, and Orion's nebula. We already knew that. That's what we connected everything with the star that you see right here. But National Geographic came out, nothing new under the sun. This is the African spiritual mystery system.
I got a question.
Mm.
So far, what don't y'all understand?
I don't think there's any of it that I don't understand.
Right.
So you understand everything that's been said.
Mm-hmm.
Enough.
Why would we go to church all the years and we still be trying to argue and figure shit out and don't understand? And
Right.
then, like you said, we listen to this and it's crystal clear. We
Yeah.
got understanding. You know what I'm saying? We ain't in no suspended mind thing or nothing crazy going on. He's talking about history. He's showing what we were doing at that time. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, it ain't nothing crazy.
Yeah, I
Right.
agree, man. I agree. I mean, there ain't really no things that you have to have clarified questions maybe from doing to for points of research, right? But it's really grassroots, man.
Do you agree that we dealing with spirituality?
Ain't no doubt.
So the spirituality have to be weird and, oh, I got knives right here. What you know? It's like, we just ain't been never getting the right thing. That's why we don't know what the fuck it is.
Right, right.
That's right.
Yeah, when it's right, we all be tuned in, we listening, we ain't tired, you know what I'm saying? We want it. Cause that's what our soul been looking for. It's a real connection. And it's like food for the soul. So we eat this shit up. We eating it up. It's good
Mm-hmm.
for us. It's medicine for us. It's healing.
Right, right.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's really
yeah.
easy to understand.
Right. That's what I just want to make the difference. It's like, it feels different. You ain't gotta, people make you think that spirituality, you gotta in your mind and talk crazy and stuff you don't understand. Then no, that's bullshit. And I don't understand it. Fuck that shit. I don't want it. It don't make sense. A woman can't come from a man real. You just not right there. I don't want no more of that. A snake, a snake can't talk. I don't want no more of that shit. I don't want to try to figure out why they don't make no goddamn sense. Yeah, that ain't right. A snake don't talk. You know, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we
He
just got to
said,
figure it
he
out though,
said,
man.
I'd have had enough right there.
Right there, right at the beginning. Why I gotta in my mind you trying to figure out what that means? What the fuck is that? No, we on the wrong man. We don't want to be doing that. Yeah. That ain't like this here. This here something different. Yeah, I can get this here. Yeah.
You crazy.
Let me get it back going, my bad.
Where stars are born in
E, where you at, man?
Orion.
You got something to say on
Where
that?
else do we find the African spiritual system?
Something to say on what, brother?
On any of it?
Oh no, go ahead. Keep playing. I'm
Okay.
good.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we end up talking about how stars are born, and we ain't got no problem with it. You know what I'm saying? We
Right.
rolling with it. Yeah. It ain't gotta be no stupid shit. Dealing with reality.
Right.
Damn it.
System at, even when NASA came out, and you see NASA Apollo NASA symbol, that is Orion. As you see the 3 stars in Orion's belt, 1, 2, 3, and the 7 stars in Orion that's above the Giza Plateau, the African mystery system is tied up into everything. Let's go on to see
Everything.
none other than Osiris, the constellation of Orion. All this is African spiritual system, brothers fact, do you know that we know about NASA having that robot on Mars, but they didn't tell you about the robot that they had inside of the Great Pyramid. No, they didn't tell you about that. They didn't tell you what that robot saw inside of one of the chambers. And they had it on the radio down in Los Angeles, and they were talking. They said, oh, did you see what the robot found in the Great Pyramid? They said, what was it? They said it was a black man. They said, a black man? They said, really? They said, really? Yeah, because that's what that robot saw was a star, what every king wanted to become one with. No, this is not about those spaceships coming here. No, they had nothing to do with that, so get that out of our mind. They had nothing about us having spaceships either. We had a spiritual astral projection to go to the stars spiritually. In fact, that's why you see the logos. Why is that according to a star? Because we had a spiritual connection to take off, not a rocket to take off. In fact, we see that they call them air shafts. They were not no air shafts in the Great Pyramid. These shafts represented spiritual shafts for the king's spirit to go to Orion, that our ancestors called Sahu, and also the king's spirit to go to Septa, called Sirius. Why did they want the spirit to go to Orion and Sirius? Because it is those two stars, Orion and Sirius, that represented the first mother and father in the constellation of Asar and Aset, to become one with the first divine couple in our creation Zeptepi story. Wow. This is where our ancestors have right here with that star. Sirius, when it rose, it told the people that Aset was going to come back. This is where we see her rising, even to this day, in the east, where we get the Eastern Star from. Our ancestors carved it on the monuments right here on top of her head. This is where this was corrupted. Now they got a white woman representing your ancestral Eastern Star. They put a white woman in place of it. That's why they give you a sketch, because you had it carved. You had it carved in stone right here with the star on top of her head. This is my mother's an Eastern Star. I had to take her back to show her where they stole it from. In fact, they also have another order, and the order called the Shriners, called the Daughters of the Nile. Now the Shriners, we see that the European Masons, they call the ancient Arabic order of the noble mystic Shriners. But the African-American order is called the Egyptian Arabic nobles of the mystic Shriners. Whereas, in fact, the Arabs took from the African mystery system and made up the order called the Shriners. But yet this all came from the African mystery system of the Nile Valley thousands of years before there was any Shriners even in existence. This is also incorporated to the African mystery system even in Islam. But the West came up with the Shriners through the Knights Templars, who when they were in Jerusalem during the Crusades, this is where they were initiated into some of the African mystery system by way of the Shriners that became the Knights Templars. Others got this information from the Pythagorean order, these Greeks who came in, and it became the Pythagorean order and others and so forth, but the order of it came from the African fallopian tube of the African spiritual mystery system of the Nile Valley. But yet every last one of them give credit, meaning Judaism, Christianity, Islam, to each other, but none of them tell them where they got their information from. And I'm saying that none of us should be arguing whether we're Christians or whether we are African Christians or we're African Hebrew or African Muslim. All of that belongs to us in the first place. So you see that the symbol that they use, they even use the African Nimbus crown right here. A man by the name of Florence Hopkinson is the one that brought the concept of the Shriners to the West when he also was met with an Arab diplomat, and that's how the Shriners came to the West. But they got an order called the Daughters of the Nile, which is part of the African mystery system of the Eastern Star. But this is where it's corrupted in a satanic origin, where the Europeans are corrupting it, the Eastern Star, and turn it upside down, and have a skull where they drink through the Royal Arch when they become the Royal Arch degree, and the Scottish Rite, they drink from a human skull, a wine, symbolically of the rites of initiation into this Royal Arch order, that they would not give up the secret. That means our African ancestral secret. But the whole denigration and desecration and the satanic part that they've corrupted it into was turning the goddess Aset star upside down. Nowhere you see that star in the temple upside down. So the order of the Eastern Star that they got on the European campuses today, and the order of the Eastern Stars, and some of our people and sisters are Eastern Stars, now they got the star upside down, corrupted it, when in fact when you go back to the temple, nowhere is upside down. This is the African spiritual system that was taken from African people, brothers and sisters. In fact, when that star rose, it told our ancestors that Aset was coming back because it rose in meridian. It turned red, white, and blue. So on all the columns, that's why it was painted red, white, and blue. blue to give an indication that a set, the Eastern Star, was going to come back. So they painted all the columns red, white, and blue. Now you see Uncle Beast, that's how they came up with the red, white, and blue. He ain't none of my uncle, but now you can see where they corrupted it from your African ancestors. That's why they don't want you messing with this. We've got to open up the light of our mind, brothers and sisters.
Wow, that's impressive.
To see that this is called the Hetch Het Haru. What is the Hetch Het Haru? The Hetch Het Haru, this temple goes back to a pre-dynastic times, and through dynastic times, many kings built onto it. And you see these massive pylons here. Look how small the people are. Some of our group right here, on this side, not this side. Now you see how large the temple pylons are. The Hetch Het Haru is dedicated
That's
to
the million. God damn it.
Hetch Het Haru means the White House of Haru. Corrupted it by the West and America. That's where you get the White House from. The Hetch Het Haru, the White House right here. Here you see carved in stone the falcon, showing Shin's symbol for eternity as Ra will rise to give us life. Now you can see where Francis Hopkinson and others use the presidential symbol. You see in the Hetch Het Haru, and right next to your ancestors, carved in stone. Somebody knows something about us that they don't want us to know about us. That's why they don't want you messing with Kemet. Here you see it carved in stone in the Hetch Het Haru. As we see the Ankh Shu. Ankh Shu means life for eternity, because long as Ra rises in east, we will have life for eternity. We use the zoomorphic zoop type Haru, the falcon, because the falcon flies in the sky all day, just like Ra when Ra rises in the sun. Now you can see it's been corrupted where they got the presidential symbol from now. The eagle, copied from your ancestors, Ankh Shu or Haru right here. Instead, now you see Ra on top of the falcon's head, corrupted to now the Mogan Da'u or the Solomon seal with 13 stars. And 13 olive branches, 13 leaves, 13 feathers, 13 arrows, 13 stripes, everything representing 13. Pubis Umun also has 13. 13 meaning the light of knowledge for the resurrection to be born again. This is what they're dealing with. And also some say the 13 colonies. But let's look even to this further, brothers and sisters, and see the red, white, and blue and so forth, and the Mogan Da'u or the Star Solomon seal. I recently came back from Washington, D.C. I stopped in to see the 33rd degree Grand Sovereign Scottish Rite Temple, stopped in there and looked into their holies of holies that we call the Ankh Manu. They corrupted it and took it from us, but I looked into their holies of holies, and what did they have in red, white, and blue? They had Isis, the Greek name for Set, and they also have Osiris, the Greek name Osiris, the African name Asar, and the Greek name Isis that we call Set. Here you see in red, white, and blue who they're giving homage to. In red, white, and blue, inside of their 33rd degree Grand Sovereign Temple in Washington, 16th Street in Washington, D.C. This is in their holies of holies. Let's go on, look even further to see that here you see the Benu bird representing resurrection. The east and the west was taken from the Ankar. The Ankar was the lion representing the east and the west, and the rising of Ra in the east and going down in the west into a mentor, into the spiritual realm and be born again. This is where they took that from, and also from Haru. But yet you see 33rd. We didn't have 33 degrees, a few degrees above freezing. We had 360 degrees of spiritual knowledge. This is what African people dealt with. But let's go on and see, brothers and sisters, that the 360 degrees, this was called the Amsu. The Amsu was the resurrection, that you be rise again and resurrected to be born again. But in order to be born again, you had to be on the square. And to be on the square, you had to be in the position of the square representing morality, and also the compass representing spirituality. And you see the falcon bird Haru, with one knee down. We did not worship the falcon. It was the zoomorphic type, just like we don't, the United States doesn't worship the eagle either, right? That's the presidential symbol. So these represent the Horus kings. But to be on the square, one knee down, one knee up, this is the square of morality. One knee up is spirituality. So the Masonic order of the Western world, this is where they get on the square from. Let's go to the Capitol building in Washington, D.C., and who you see George Washington, one knee down, one knee up, copy from your ancestors. Somebody knows something about you. I want you to know about yourself.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Because I
They know a whole lot about us that we don't know about ourselves.
African oath right there in Africa that I would sacrifice my life to tell our story.
Bad boy.
Remember, I'm telling y'all, when they made a mistake, right? Before 1974, when New York had the prove white people were there and they were the Egyptians. You with me?
Right.
So all that in the 1700s and George Washington, it was no doubt to them that they were the Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? They've been thinking that shit since the 1700s, that they were the Egyptians. And stealing our legacy. So now when you see them copying our shit, they done just throw somebody history. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Yeah, that's how crazy they is. They don't want their own, they done get somebody else in their history.
They don't want their own.
Yeah, that's why it's easy to show them, like, damn. And then that's why they don't want us to know. You know, when they throw somebody else's history, then it can't be yours. You know? So
Right.
you can't have no history. Because they done throw your shit. You know? Goddamn.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Give us our shit back. God damn it.
They don't even want their own.
Nah, hell nah.
That's right.
Brother, come up to me and ask me, are you a traveling man? Yes, I've been traveling for 18 years today. How long you been traveling? Travel back to Africa. That's the true travel. And see it. I was sitting in the Cairo Cairo Hilton. My boo was there in 1985, and a brother came from Yemen and asked me, are you Ashra Kwesi? I said, yes, I'm shocked. This brother knows me. I'm sitting up here in Cairo. They said, we got your tapes in Yemen. They're magnificent. They're going all over the country. People are into it. Not only that, but the X. Remember the X? Well, resurrection, is that right? Resurrection, and that was a star who was the God of resurrection, the first black God of resurrection, copied from you and sent up in the Capitol building in Valley Forge. They call him the worshipful Grand Master. No, he's not the worshipful Grand Master. The worshipful Grand Master who sit in the east was the great black king, the great black Ashra sitting on the square. As you see him with the X that's been corrupted by George Washington with the X, where they took it from your ancestors. They don't want you to know about these great black kings who are deified as the God. Let's go on to see the Heka was the ruler of life in the spiritual realm. Why did we use the ostrich crown? Because the ostrich crown represented like the ostrich bird could look 360 degrees all the way around. So a star could look 360 degrees with the all-seeing eye in the spiritual realm of the omnipotence of the Creator. And also you see him on the square. Let's deal with this square. Because even church words and signs and symbols, primordial man says, much is made in masonry of acting on the square. Here's the foundation of the whole matter. We have no doubt that our saying to act on the square masonically is from the Egyptians, to act rightly, to act justfully and truthfully, according to Ma'at, and working with Ma'at, denotes creation according to their eternal laws and understanding. The square is the seat of Osiris in the judgment hall, from which place all are judged as to the past and must be found perfect before they could proceed further. Symbolically, therefore, it shows that it was first emblematically the seat for judging right from wrong. So to speak, to bring the material into the perfect form and to reject that which was not perfect, and to build on the square. Even the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry has the square. This is one of the most important and significant symbols in Freemasonry. So sitting on the square represented Ma'at. This was part of the African initiation for every king who was a Horus king to sit on the throne, because he was a personification of the Horus king, just like in a presidential system. Every president that comes to the White House, which symbolically comes before the eagle, the presidential symbol. It represents the presidency. So every king sit on the square of Ma'at. He had to be of truth, justice, and righteousness. This was the initiation that took place in Kemet. So just like Khafra, you see him, who's a Horus king, showing the falcon representing the Horus king sitting on the square. He had to be a truth, just king to sit on the square. Now that's been corrupted with old George sitting on your square. He was not of no truth and justice. Huh? Here's George Washington. What was he doing? Yes, he was a slave owner, so he's not sitting on the square. He did not have no truth, justice, and righteousness. He's trying to copy, as you see him with the lotus symbol behind the square, but he's copying from the African Grand Master builders like Ursa, Ma'at, Ra, Septepen, Ra, Ramesu, Murray, Amen. Little practice, you can say it too. Not no Ramses II, but yet it was taken from Ramesu. That was the Grand Master of the 19th dynasty sitting on the square of Ma'at. Of true justice, because he was a just king that ruled. And no story, nowhere did he start no slavery, which I deal with in another lecture. Hopefully we can do it another time. But yet we go on to see that in Psalms chapter 89, we see the African spiritual mystery system. Verse 14, justice and judgment are the habitation of thy throne. Justice and judgment was Ma'at, sitting on the throne of the square that every king had to sit on, as you see her with her feather. This African goddess right here sitting on the square. But the judgment took place with her husband, Tahuti, who also sit on the square. The union of the two of them represented the judgment and the naked scene. Here we see, in the naked scene of the judgment, to go into the spiritual realm, the heart had to be weighed with that of the feather. Anu is balancing the judgment of Ma'at right here. We did not worship animals. They represented zoomorphic forms. And here you see Amit looking to see Tahuti writing down the deeds of Oni. Low clarity, brother. You're the co-pilot, my brother. Here you see Tahuti writing down the deeds of Oni as he lived on earth. And Tahuti is the one that gave us writing. It's Tahuti from the spiritual mystery system. It's Tahuti who gave the great law and also gave the call that a set was going to give forth the Immaculate Conception. But let's go on to see that Haru right here has the key in order for Oni to go into the spiritual realm. As we get in Matthew's, that you must have the key to enter the kingdom of heaven, right? But yet, as he comes, and you see in the spiritual realm, all the Netarus sitting on the square. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Asar is the one who made the judgment that made 13. This is where they created their judicial system off of your African ancestral spiritual system. The 12 drawers, and also the judge makes 13, who that represented Asar. And then you also had to sit on the square. What was the square? That was the witness stand, where you had to have the mat kuru. You had to be truth of words in order to be on the spiritual realm, as you see like Oni making it into the spiritual realm. That also was incorporated into Christianity, where you see the 12 apostles, and Jesus makes 13. This was all part of the resurrection and to be reborn again. But where do we find our African spiritual mystery system at? That means the scale of judgment and the square and the key. Let's go right on the dollar bill, and you see the scale for judgment and the key, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and the square. Copy from your African necessine of judgment, the square, 13, the key, and the judgment. Your system is here. I don't want to hear about that black stuff. I don't want to hear about Africa. No, they don't want us to open up. They're trying to suppress this knowledge, because what happens when you unlock the key, unlock the Western Masonic order, and enter the secret of your ancestral sacred knowledge, brothers and sisters? That is the key. And brothers talk about, I got the secret. You ain't got no secret. The secret is your African ancestral knowledge that you see right here. That was the initiation into the spiritual realm. I got to be strong with this. I know what I'm fighting. We are in psychologically spiritual warfare. I know, brother. Don't even know it. Let's go look at this now and see that, yes, we see now a white woman represents now the judgment. Corrupted from your ancestors, beautiful African goddess Ma'at. Now they got a white woman, a mutanoid. As I said, don't be saying I see how we do. We don't want to talk about white folks. Talk about us all day long, give us negative caricatures and everything else, making up Hollywood, all kind of negative images on our children. But yet here, this is a corruption from your ancestral story. Here, the Constitution. With Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, during that time, they saw us as 3/5 of a human being. So this is no justice for us. It's just us, not just us. Where we were not slaves taken from the African continent, we were kidnapped Africans and forced into slavery.
Facts. Facts. There we go.
Big difference.
That's
Big
important.
difference.
That's important.
Motherfucker.
That's important right there.
Right.
Very important.
Exactly.
Go ahead and think on it. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that's very important. They didn't capture slaves. You know what I'm saying? They captured prominent people.
That's right.
You know what I mean? People that has that meant something to the community, that was builders, doctors, agriculture. They healers. They knew what they was taking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Developers. You don't take no people who was underdeveloped. And when you want some shit developed, who you gonna take? Somebody who know what the hell they doing. Been doing it already. Makes
That's
sense,
right.
don't it? You ain't gotta
Been
teach
doing
them
it.
shit. Shit.
Who
Give them the
know
tools,
more
man,
than you?
and get the fuck out the way.
They
Hell
know
yeah.
more than you.
Exactly.
You
They're
knew
way
how to
more than
do
you.
it.
Shit.
You wouldn't need it, and you knew how
You
to
don't
do it.
need to go get
That's right.
nobody.
Yeah, you didn't know how to
Exactly.
do it.
Shit.
Yeah, that's why you wouldn't got them.
Bring your posse and
They-
you would have came and got it done. Hell
Yeah.
no. Motherfuckers. For sure.
That's facts, though. That's facts.
No shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, and I like that. That you didn't capture slaves, or wild people or undeveloped people. Hey, you
Ain't no such goddamn thing.
no, man.
Ain't no such thing on the planet.
We built the
Ain't
pyramids.
no
Are you kidding
savages
me?
on the goddamn planet.
we built the pyramids. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, you enslaved us, but we not slaves.
That's
That's
right.
two different things.
That's right.
Anybody can be enslaved. Anybody. We the proof that anybody can be enslaved. So we the fucking master builders, motherfuckers.
Out of the inner cities now, Crips and Bloods, and brought in guns and drugs. And then they brought old Sambo Negro Gates out there to corrupt it too. But yet you see, the old George sold Africans, our African brothers, for burls of molasses. Don't talk to me about he never told a lie, he talked down a cherry tree. Sold our African brothers for barrels of molasses, brothers and sisters. This might be a little bit too much for you right here. I don't know if I can deal with all this. Let me leave that alone.
That's right. It might be a little too much for y'all right now.
Oh, George, this archdevil. Oh, George, why is his profile fitting that of the oldest African colossal on the planet Earth, built by those African horse kings because they wanted to align themselves with the African civilization, which was the oldest civilization on the planet Earth, that's represented by your African ancestral colossal of Palm Aked. Our white folks are up in arms. Brother Masons, look at this.
Man, look at this.
Oh, yes, we're having psychological warfare here today. We're going to be Africans when we walk out of here.
That's right.
They don't want you talking about this. If we were to go to the Masonry Encyclopedia by Albert Mackey, who's respected for writing Freemasonry Encyclopedia, they knew we were Africans of the Nile Valley. They knew where they were getting the knowledge from because their secret order, they call it the African Architect Order. According to Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey, the African Architect Order, it says here, that sometimes called the African Builders in French and German. Of all the new sects of modern degrees of Freemasonry, which sprung up on the continent of Europe during the 18th century, there was none which for the time maintained so high an intellectual position as the Order of the African Architects. They know who we were. The secret order was African. That's why they did not want you messing with African. They had to create the inferiority complex to make us hate Africa.
Yeah,
Knowing that the
that's
secret
right.
order of African architect was taken from African people. So when you go and see the African architect of the present day Masons, like in St. Louis, here you can see they got the step pyramid from Saqqara Imhotep of the African architect Masons, as they said in their Freemasonry magazine. Let's go after this, even the lotus columns and everything. Even if you were to go inside of white folks' Western Freemasonry, here they talk about the first degree, second degree, third degree of entering apprentice, and the third degree is the Blue Lodge, and the Blue Lodge is supposed to be the Grand Master. How can you be a Grand Master in the third degree? Our ancestors said you went to school for 40 years to become a son of light, of 360 degrees of a Grand Master. And now they're going to say third degree? And then they're going to have all these white folks on here. Imhotep's not on here. You got the Scottish Rite Order, and then also the York Rite Order, and the Scottish Rite, York Rite, and the Royal Arch Rite and Knights Templar make up what they call the 33rd degree. But nothing is on here about Imhotep, Amenhotep, the son of Hapu, May, Penra, African Grand Masters who lived thousands of years before white folks' Western Freemasonry. But at the same time, the daughters of the Nile and the Shriners, they use everything of Africa to make up their structure of Freemasonry, but don't give credit to where they stole it from. Let's go look at it. That's why they have the 33rd Sovereign Grand Master, the Order of the Knights Templar. And this is what we follow. Being Mason, following white folks' Western order, and know nothing about Imhotep, nothing about Amenhotep, the son of Hapu, nothing about Sinra, nothing about Sinmut, nothing about May. It's a shame. Let's go on and see, brothers and sisters, that Dr. Ben's book, The African Mystery System Order, showing that the Western symbolism, once we unveil them, we can see our story and the symbolisms all came from African people. Keep in mind, Horm Akhet represented what? Ra, the sun. And the compass representing to circumscribe your spiritual way. But now we are told, and Masons are told, and black Masons who know nothing about this, now they get a white god for the architect of the universe. Here's the white god that they worship as the architect of the universe, and I showed you Ptah. Long before white folks and their Western Freemasonry and some white god represented as the architect of the universe. Let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. Those who circumscribe your circumference determines the diameter of your thinking. So here
There you
are
go.
Negro Masons who got a white architect god circumscribing their circumference can only talk to you about white folks' masonry and know nothing about where they stole it from African people. He who circumscribes the circumference of your thinking controls the diameter of your thinking. Let's look at this. We're doing no white god. But let's go on to see, brothers and sisters, how we're going to be free worshiping white folks everything that they stole from us and we don't know the origins where it came from. Go to these symbols and see that G, as they say, represents, some say God in geometry, but in fact it represents the Gnostics. The Gnostics were the true Africans who were the sons of light to open up their minds that they were taking the system from African people. This is where they created their Bavarian society in 1776, the same time that America was created to create the Illuminati that was taken from the Illuminators, the Africans of the Nile Valley. All-seeing eye was the all-seeing eye of Ashra. As I told you, his crown was the ostrich feather because symbolically, the ostrich bird would look 360 degrees in the spiritual realm. So that became the all-seeing eye of Ashra, representing the omnipotent, all-seeing spiritual eye. The operative symbol of Masonry was the trowel that they took from African people that they said represents spreading a brotherhood. As I said, they ain't spread no brotherhood on us. The heart was weighed with that of the feather of Ma'at in the judgment scene. And then also you see when we wrote the first holy works called Per Em Haru, that's why any holy book can sit in the lodge because ultimately they stole it all from African people. And then they came to Africa. Yes, they came in and shook our hand, but it was no brotherhood. It was death and bloodshed. Now we see that the compass is a symbol, operative symbol of speculative Freemasonry that represents spirituality. And the square represents your morality. But the question is, where did these symbols come from? If we look at the square and the compass, these two symbols have been for so long and so universally to combine us, to teach us, as it says in earlier rituals, to square our actions and to keep them within due bounds. This is the symbol that many of you seen everywhere, right? But where did they get it from? This is the plummet, the symbols that were used for building the greatest structure on the planet Earth, like the Great Pyramids and other temples. And the square and you had to be on the square, and the level is to level your spirituality. So although these are operative stone mason buildings of your ancestors that speculative Freemasonry uses today to represent spirituality and morality and the level to level your spiritual ways, but yet these symbols are right there in the Cairo Museum, still there to show you the symbols that were used for building the greatest on planet Earth. And that's what you see right here. But as you take a close look at this, where can we find it at? To show you that all have worshipped our ancestors. All have worshipped our sacred knowledge. And where do you see it now? In the layout of a place called Washington, D.C. Now you see the plummet symbol where they took it right out of the Cairo Museum. Oh, somebody knows something about us that they don't want us to know about ourselves. And the brother say, I got the secret. I can't give up the secret. Here's the secret and the layout of Washington, D.C., copy from your ancestors. But in fact, we go on to see, we even got it carved in stone on the head of Haru. That is the White House of Haru, as you see the compass or the plummet and the plumb line coming down. Let's go an aerial view of Washington, D.C. now. Washington, D.C., and the plumb line now becomes the Washington Monument. But you got it carved in stone over 3,000 years ago. That's why I've spent 19 years of my life, sacrifice everything to do this. Let's go on to see, brothers and sisters, even clearly now you can see Washington, D.C., copy from your ancestors, another look. But let's go even further and see that, yes, I was one in a million in Washington, D.C. In fact, let's keep in mind it was Africans who built the Capitol building. In fact, can you imagine if I showed a little piece
Yes, sir.
of
Yes, sir.
brothers may have torn the Capitol building down. After all, we built the damn thing. So let's go and understand that we were standing right inside of our own African ancestral symbol, but let's not forget that what else took place at that moment. Here, the mall and the area around the White House became the principal slave market, while untold numbers of chain Africans were marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, South Capitol slave pen and auction blocks, spilled into the backyard of the White House, and rang the Smithsonian on the mall. So here you see this was the biggest auction block in America, where they marched us down the U.S. Capitol building, Pennsylvania Avenue, down to the White House, and Smithsonian Mall was the biggest auction block right here. And the brothers with the chain and the ball. That's why in our psyche with slavery, you see the brother always walking like this. You think he's cool. That's in our psyche. We're still dragging that ball. That chain ball is still dragging it. That's what chain back to. Open up our minds. Still dragging that ball psychologically. Even an elephant, you can take an elephant and pin him down after so many years. He can pull that peg up out of the ground, but in his psyche, he can't do it because he's been pinned down to the ground. Same thing with the brother. He's still dragging that slave ball, thinking he's cool, but he ain't cool. His mind is enslaved.
Damn.
So you see that brother come and say, brother, get that slave out your mind. You ain't cool. You a slave. Still dragging that ball psychologically. We the elders, the grand master builders, and can't even pull the knowledge up now. It belongs to us. Let's go on even further and see, let's not forget this black man, Grand Master Benjamin Banneker. He didn't help design Washington, D.C. He designed it because the Frenchmen went back to France. Benjamin Banneker won respect from his contemporaries, from his work in mathematics, engineering, and astronomy. I mean, this was the Grand Master Imhotep in his day. That sable, no calling what it is, that black genius, busied himself in the pursuit of knowledge on the subjects ranging from the movement of the planets and the life cycle in the 7-year circuit. Benjamin's Almanac was one of the nation's most popular of the testimony signed by 11 whites vouched for a work done by a black man whose father came from Africa. So George Washington got a black man, Grand Master, who knew his African ancestral knowledge to lay out Washington, D.C. But at the same time, we see the Prince Hall Masons, they wouldn't give them a charter. In fact, they shouldn't even ask for George Washington for no charter, because this goes back much further than George Washington and also England 1770 tea house masonry as well. But yet we respect Prince Hall for calling it the African Lodge. He at least gave us a hint to go back to. In the 1700s, he was saying African, but yet we were not free and accepted Masons, because we were not free and accepted because George Washington didn't accept them. And they couldn't go running around the South without getting kidnapped, and even in the North, and say they were free and accepted because they just grabbed the brother up and put him right on the slave plantation. But yet at the same time, it says the Prince Hall Grand Lodge, Masonic Lodge,
nature walks as a therapy for depression and anxiety. In Canada, they're also prescribing nature.
Absalom Jones organized in 1797 in the Philadelphia's first lodge of the African Lodge of the Freemasons. But yet, if you were to go to the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, it says that the Negro Masonry, there are Negro Grand Lodges in most states of America, but they are not recognized by the other Grand Obediences. They are all indifferently illegal in the opinion of the American Masonic jurisdiction. No, the white folks' Masonry is illegal because they stole it from African people. In fact, it says the Masonic yearbook so far, as America is concerned, there is evidence that the 14 Negroes, among whom was Prince Hall, were made Masons on March 6, 1775 in a military lodge of the British Army at Boston, because old George wouldn't give them a charter. They applied subsequently for the warrant to England and received it in 1787, being constituted as the African Lodge, number 429, located at Boston. The next event in history with which I am acquainted is that it was struck off the Royal Grand Lodges at the beginning of the 19th century. Having ceased to make its return for a very long time, it had either passed into ambience or so passed subsequently. In the course of time, it reported a revival in England, but obtained no recognition. And in 1827, it proclaimed independence and reconstituted sued as the Prince Hall Lodge. And then it issued a warrant in all Negro lodges in the United States. But they originally did not even look at them today as being illegal. Well, they are the illegal ones, but I love this African Grand Master Mason right here, Black Square and Compass, Martin R. Delaney.
Oh, really? Okay.
Master Mason. Martin R. Delaney, an author, physician, and leader before the Civil War. He was at Imhotep during his time. These are black men who opened up their ancestral genetic memory bank and knew that they were the Imhotep. It is here that the black nationalist philosophy of Martin R. Delaney is best seen. He writes that the Ethiopians are the leading race of mankind, with the Egyptians as a branch of that race, and further suggests the black origin of Freemasonry. But to deny to black men the privilege of Masonry is to deny to a child the lineage of his own parentage, from which sprang Masonry, but from Ethiopia and Egypt. I like this what he said. He awoke every morning thankful, he said, that God had made him a black man. That's a true black man right there. We need to wake every day and thank God that made us a black man or woman. He also advocated violence to hold the slave catchers. But the key, yes, he did too. He was not non-violent. He said they committed violence on us. We are spiritual people, African people. We don't commit aggression on no one. But yet we walk with our left foot forward because we must trample down evil for our heart to go forward,
Yes,
brothers and
sir.
sisters. So we must also, if you put your hands on us and disrespect us, we sure going to disrespect you. It's about respect, not trying to love everybody. Now, we have time to go into the next carousel. All right, if you want to take this. So let's go further into this, brothers and sisters. In the West Bank, and this tomb in the early 80s, where I had to sneak cameras into the tomb. In some places, they don't allow you to take pictures and so forth because it reveals much of where the Western world plagiarized directly from African people. In fact, now you see the ancestors coming up the staircase to heaven. Long before there was a Jacob's ladder, and coming before the great God Ashra, not Peter, sitting at the gate as he judged those who come before him on the square. As he cast out Set, symbolized as the pig, and the Heted Ra, the sacred baboon, beats the pig, where even Christianity, where Jesus supposedly cast out the swine for those who came before him. Is that right? But where now we see in the Western world, now we see Jacob's ladder was literally copied. Now that's why you always get a sketch. Copied from your ancestors' release, carved over 3,000 years ago. And a SAR at the gate. But as you see T, as you see truth, F for fortitude, P for prudence, J for justice, the scales, and they remember the heart had to be judged on the scale in order for you to go into the spiritual realm. Is that right? How many stars are up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 stars represented who? That was Orion, that was no other than a SAR star, and make it into the heaven. So Jacob's ladder, here you see it here, copied from a SAR's ladder that predated Jacob's ladder by thousands of years. Let's look even further and see, that's why you see the masonry that has the ladder. They always show white folks on here, The compass and the square and the gavel and the square right here, the stone, and the key. The key is to open up the spiritual doorway. But your ancestors, where they get the ladder, the key is opening up our African ancestral knowledge where they stole it from. That's the true key, brothers and sisters. So we're going to unlock and show the key representing to unlock the African spiritual system. This is part of the Western secrecy of Masonry. Let's look at the tracing board. Now you know the secrets. Now you know the acacia tree represented the resurrection of Asar. Not the physical resurrection, but the spiritual resurrection raised to the perpendicular long before some harem habith. Now you know the triad or the three candles represented Asar and Aset and Haru. Now you see the operative trowel is another ancestral symbol. Now you know the star of Aset, the eastern star. Now you know the all-seeing eye is Asar. Now you know the seven candle stars also representing the Sar. Now you know the ladder. Now you understand the beehive representing the industrious of the Twa and the Pythagorean theorem. You know all of this in the heart, okay, representing judgment. You know all of this now on the tracing board called the tracing board in Freemasonry. We have unlocked the secrets, but yet we can go back, as I take groups back every year, and see the secret right there in the Cairo Museum. Now you see the trowel where the Western Freemasonry, speculative Freemasonry got the trowel from. Now you see the level of the plummeted. Yep. So here you see the gavel, a symbol that was used for the building of the Great Pyramid. Now let's look at this further, brothers and sisters, because in the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, they called this the harem gavel. The gavel, when wielded by the master of the lodge, is sometimes called harem because as the workmen at the temple were controlled and directed by harems, the chief builder, so the master preserved the order in the lodge by the proper use of the gavel. The wooden hammer used by operative masons to set the stones in their proper position. It is a speculative masonry, a symbol in the third degree of the blue lodge of the third degree of masonry, reminding us of the depth of the builder of the temple, which is said to have been affected by this instrument. That means Harim was supposed to be hit with that instrument as he was killed, and where Solomon supposedly raised him with the Grand Master's grip when they copied it from Africa. But that had nothing to do with no Harim gavel. Let's go back to the Cairo Museum. That was the operative Grand Master builders of Kemet that used these symbols for building the Step Pyramid, first stone building, the Great Pyramid, and many other temples. Long before Harem of Biff was 900 years BC, these symbols were using to building the Step Pyramid almost 5,000 years ago. But yet we into Western Freemasonry. I'm not talking about all Masons, because many Masons let me come and lecture right in the lodge. I'm talking about the Negro Masons always talking about, is he a Mason? No, I'm from the craft of Amun-Ra, not white folks Masonry. All right. So let's go on to see even further, brothers and sisters, that look at that symbol
That's
right there.
right, the craft of Amun-Ra.
King Edward VII, as he's called the Grand Master. No, he's the Grand Master Thief of England. But look what symbol you see him right there. That symbol, this right there in the Cairo Museum of our ancestors, shows the symbol that they used for building the pyramid. So they use these symbols right here, as it says, the design of the apron has remained practically unchanged through the years. Not through the years, through the millenniums and ages where they copied from the Grand Master, the collar and the apron, copied it from Grand Masters like Meruka and others. These were the stone builders with the gavel right here, wearing the stone. There's no spacemen, had nothing to do with no slaves. Where Mackenbagan said he stood there and said his ancestors built the pyramids. Like Michael Bradley said, they may have made bagels, but they had nothing to do with building no pyramids. These were no other than the Hyksos who came in our land and invaded our land. Had nothing to do with no spacemen. These were the Grand Masters wielding the gavel that you see right here from this model where it ends up in European Western Freemasonry, and he calls himself the Grand Master. No, these are the Grand Masters, operative stone squares, showing that this was the stone that squared off the pyramid. These were the Grand Masters. But yet, what do we find it at today? Can we look even further to see the squaring of the stone with the gavel? You know this guy very well. George Washington with the gavel and the squaring of the stone. Copied from your African ancestors model right here in the Cairo Museum. That's why the Egyptians had to be white. Their whole secret society was based off of this, with a cornerstone for the building of the pyramid now in Western Freemasonry. Many Negro Masons worshiping George Washington, a thief, we stole directly from African people. And see, even further to see that this is where George Washington is laying the cornerstone for building of the Capitol building. In fact, at one time, before they hung that square there, you know who they hung there? They hung us inside that triad. That's who they hung inside that triad, because they didn't see us as no brethren of theirs. The white Masons hung us, and we run around parroting white folks. This is what they did to us inside of the triad. These are white Masons. This happened right here in St. Louis. That's right, it sure did, brother. That's right. We run around here parroting white folks. And they hung us right here in front of the triad, and these Negroes think these are their brethren. These are not their brethren. These are the beasts, the enemy of our people. He's worshiping them. Hey, he has no idea that the true sons of light came from the grand masters like Mayor Ruka. Get to the Mastaba, you can see where he's walking with his left foot forward. Why? To trample down evil so the heart can go forward, because evil will always be on our way to block us. But look at him. You see him with the collar and the apron, because he was truly the grand master of his time.
Come on.
Now you can understand where George Washington with his left foot forward, the apron and the collar is all coming from.
Busted. Busted.
You know the secret. Tell me
Caught his ass. Caught their ass.
Tell me about Imhotep. Tell me about Amenhotep. Tell me about May.
That's right.
Talk to me about no harem of them. We had this thousands of years of knowledge, Brother Mason. I don't mean nothing disrespect, but we must open up to who we are, and let we stay eternal slaves. Let's go on and look at this. You see it with the trial, the spreading of brotherhood. They didn't spread no brotherhood on us. They spread slavery and death and bloodshed and genocide on us. So how can we align ourselves with Masons of Europe, Masons of America? Let's go back to the craft of Amun-Ra. Let's go back to the Grand Masters who taught for thousands of years. May the ancestors speak through me so I can speak to you.
Right.
That's right.
Got your plummet wearing and your all-seeing eye. All it is. Your all-seeing spiritual eye. Let's go on and look at this even further. They still have their initiation in the Western secret society with the left foot forward. Okay, showing walk to trample down evil for the heart to go forward. This is their military training, left, right, training the Marines in initiation into the secret society based off of your stuff. Look at this. This is the whole secret society right here. This is the secret, your ancestral knowledge. Training them right here, everything going back to African people, and these are the thieves of your knowledge of the African spiritual mystery system that they do not want you to open up to. And unfortunately, these Negroes don't know nothing about this. They don't know about Imhotep. They can't tell you about Khufu and Anku. They can't tell you about Ursa-Ma'at, Ra-Tep and Ra. They can't tell you about none of the Grand Masters that you saw right here as we go all the way back to this Grand Master who is left foot forward. Although they wear all the regalia from with white folks, mimicking with white folks to say they got the secret. I'm revealing the secret is our African ancestral knowledge. That's the secret. This Negro Mason's parroting everything white folks don't know where the order came from. Ask the brother, you know Imhotep? Well, I've never heard of him. Who's that? But let's go even further, brothers and sisters. But yet they don't put Solomon Temple on the dollar bill. Francis Hopkinson's used the Great Pyramid to put on the dollar bill. So why would they want to go back to Mount Moriah to look at a field when you look on a dollar bill and see the secret knowledge right there in the dollar bill, and they use that symbol representing a newest, the endless amount, as the last poets would say, has been stolen over the years. Coeptus, yes, is the new empire, as the last poets would say, of vampire millionaires. Novus Seduciclorium, New World Order. Noah's destruction of the world order through their imperialist conquest. How you think we got here? 1776 is when they had started their Order of America, the same time the Bavarian Society with Adam Weishaupt started their Illuminati based off of the Sons of Light and Kemet's sacred knowledge. That's why you got the capstone is illuminated with the all-seeing eye to illuminate the knowledge, because Illuminati came from illuminators. That means to illuminate the mind through knowledge. of the spiritual African sacred knowledge system. So now you see these are the true grand masters. As you see Amenemhet III's pyramid, the black capstone that has Orion on it that I show groups every year. Nima Atra, Amenemhet III of the 12th dynastic period over 4,000 years ago with the all-seeing eyes, and Ra Harakte, the spiritual energy rising up once Ra activates the pineal gland, symbolizes the black capstone, the seat of the soul, the black melanin. These were the true sons of light that they based their Illuminati from. These were the grand masters, and that's why you got the capstone now on top of the dollar bill, because we originally put the black capstone to the pyramid to represent the all-seeing eye. And now you see it corrupted in this form right here. All about open up the mind. Now you can see why they created the inferiority complex. Never wanted our mind to open up through knowledge. Go on and look at this, brothers and sisters, because even old George had an African Kemetic funeral, showing where he's having the opening of the third eye, where he wants to illuminate his mind by opening up the seat of the soul. Copied all this from Africa, you see, in a form of the Ba, with George washing his head. Where did they copy it from? Let's go to the gold shrine of King Tutankhamun. The Ba, the soul rising up. The bird with the human head was called the Ba. That was a symbol for the soul. Here you have the glyph symbol, to walk into the spiritual doorway, to open up, to astral project, to spiritually to travel the universe. It had nothing to do with no spaceships and all that. To open up the third eye. As we go backwards to see old George, now you see the third eye, and the Ba is George Washington's head on it. A sketch, but you got it carved in stone in the Cairo Museum where they come from you. Oh, this is their whole secret order. In fact, in the book Black Spark, White Fire, Richard Poole says this: George Washington's funeral in 1999 featured many exotic rituals, including the draping of the coffin and a Masonic apron, and a presentation by several attending brethren of the sprigs of the acacia, a tree native to Egypt, symbolizing the resurrection of Osiris or Osiris. Freemasonry did not vanish from the United States government with the founding fathers. Its continuing vigor through the years is attested to by the 13-step pyramid topped by an eye in a triangle that graces there, as they call it, our dollar bill. This frankly Masonic emblem was officially adopted as the reverse side of the Great Seal of the United States in 1782. President Franklin Roosevelt himself reputed to be a Mason, ordered the pyramid emblem placed on the dollar bill in 1934. Seeing it accompanying the Lato Motu Novus Ordo Seclorum, New Order of Ages, is an apt metaphor for the New Deal. America's founding fathers clearly saw themselves as the inheritors of the Egyptian tradition. But were they legitimate heirs or merely pretenders? Did their Masonic rituals or lore contain real Egyptian wisdom? Or were they simply concoctions of an imaginative European occultist of the 18th century? A 550-foot obelisk made from 81,000 stones of marble blocks. It was the Washington Monument, the world's largest imitation of the Egyptian obelisk, we call it the Kenu. The monument's dedication on February 21st, 1885 featured a fairly Masonic ceremony. One orator took the advantage of the opportunity to declare that the Masons were enlightened with divine love, their hearts radiant with discovering the joy of pure love, their souls cherishing like the ancient Egyptians. They didn't have no pure love and the hope of immortality. So here you see the clan right here.
And they ain't had no pure love.
Take a good look. But here you see the Washington Monument is nothing but a plagiarization of your African ancestral sacred Kenu right here. The set you places a Kenu in front of the temple to symbolically to show that the Tsar would resurrect again. Even the March on Washington with Martin Luther King. Now you can see the layout with the lake and the Washington Monument literally copied from your African ancestors, as you can see right here. This is where the sacred lake, where once they had finished their initiation, the Kari head priests, they were baptized long before John the Baptist. In fact, this is the Masonic Lodge in Dallas, Texas. In fact, this is the first Masonic Lodge in Dallas, Texas, where Kennedy was shot and killed at. That tells me a Masonic hit was put on Kennedy right here. But it's interesting that is the lodge at the 33rd degree latitude line as well. But let's go on and see that. Look at the layout with the Kenu and the Sacred Lake. It goes right back to your African ancestors, as you can see right here. Oh, yeah. But this, Dallas is interesting here because Dallas lights up at night. This ball lights up at night. That represents the resurrection of the sun, and the penis represents Osiris's penis. So wait a minute, our knowledge is all around us. We walking around in a daze and don't even know. Dallas lights up at night. Let's go to downtown Dallas at night. Look at Ra, the sun. Look at the X. And the skyscraper in the form of the penis, of Osiris' penis, resurrection, right before sunrise. What happens, brothers? Well, let me take you back to Osiris right here. This great king was deified as a god. This jet black god, this African king deified as a god, resurrecting. You see the sun, right before sunrise, the resurrection of his penis, and the X representing resurrection. Here you see our story. Osiris, this black god, is in the skyline of Dallas, Texas, as they call the Scottish Rite town of Freemasonry in Dallas, Texas, showing the new city in the west and the light of the resurrection of this city called Dallas, Texas. When I came there, I immediately saw our story. Ancestors said, look at this. Take this picture and show our people too. Got this big old X lights up on the skyscraper. I saw this. I said, whoa, this is the resurrection of Osiris. And right before sunrise, we go back to this ancient papyrus and see it right here. Yes, we must resurrect and transform into the free Africans who we are. That's the Keparah for transformation into eternal life. But take the penis and put it right down between the X. Let's go to the Masonic cemetery and look at the Karu, the X and the P. Put the penis right down between the X. This is how they came up with the Karu that's in the Freemasonry cemetery. Even put the obelisks here, the Kenu, to represent Osiris' penis for resurrection. All this, that's why somebody knows something about us that they don't want us to know about ourselves. As you can see, a closer view of the Karu, the monogram for Christ, that is the resurrection. The Christ was the spirit in all of us that Rome corrupted, that I hope to come back in the fall to deal with the African origin of Christianity. They just put a white face in front of the Christ that we all have in us to rise up our divine spirit. That was taught in the city of Waset. If it should. Let's go even further. We're even in the morals and dogmas. This is the Bible of Freemasonry written by Albert Pike, Supreme Council of the 33rd degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. This is the staff of Osiris, also as the monogram, and was adopted by the Christians as a sign. The P and the X Christus is the inscription in Hoc Sigmio Victius, P and the X representing Christi. That means the correct, to correct, divine spirit. That Constantine corrupted the P and the X, as they tell you, was the staff of Osiris. The X is a mark of the mysterious cycle of incarnation. Because the X, you were born again. You were resurrected and born again. So every king wanted to become one with the sword. That's why they mummified the body. This was called the caress that I deal with in my African origin of Christianity, because they wrapped the body up like a mummy for a metamorphosis to take place for the spirit to leave the body, until Rome corrupted it and said the body would just get up and go to heaven. It was not about the physical body, but the spiritual body, and the X was for the resurrection. Now you go and see that in the Freemasonry Encyclopedia, they'll tell you the X, the St. Andrew's Cross, is also a jewel of the 29th degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, called the Scottish Knight of the St. Andrew's Cross. This is no St. Andrew's Cross of the 29th degree. This is a Thor's X for a resurrection that you see right here. But where do you find that X at now? Do you know that their Confederate flag is based off of your knowledge of a Thor's resurrection with 13 stars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Imagine if those rednecks over the high order of the 33rd degree, they know this goes back to the black man of Thor's resurrection. But those other rednecks down there, they don't know that this goes back. Imagine if they knew that the Kenu, the obelisk, is based off of the Thor resurrection, this black band of our ancestors. That doesn't mean that we take the Confederate flag either. I'm saying, showing you where they corrupted it and turned it into their bestiality or the atrocities they were inflicted upon our African ancestors now. So they got the 13 stars where this redneck is buried right here, showing that he's trying to get through the rebirth and transformation. No transformation gonna come through him, but they corrupted this from African people, where you see it represents this black god of Star, where every king wanted to become one with him, like King Tutankhamun, for the resurrection. But yet we look even further and see, now you can see Dallas, Texas, the big X for resurrection, and they put a star's capstones everywhere for the pineal gland of the resurrection. The capstones were put on top of the pyramid. Everywhere we look, Africa's around us. That's why they want us to have a multi-culture, mix your stuff up so you can't see who you are. Let's look even further, brothers and sisters, and look at this. Even in the cemeteries, we get little stones, they get pyramids. Pyramids and lotus columns and rock state of divine spirit where the pineal gland activates to bring out the spiritual consciousness. Look even further, and I gotta be strong with this, brothers and sisters. I can't just give this and that. My spirit is part of this. 19 years, the pain is coming back, looking at Africans and seeing the Africans, the same Africans I see here, I see on the temples of Kemet. Let's look even further and see that old Dodge. You might have a Dodge car. Look what temple he got. With these European-looking horn-acted recumbent lions right here. Let's go on even further and look at this. Yes, this is old Albert Pike. Albert Pike started an organization called the Ku Klux. That was the golden circle of the golden band that became the Ku Klux Klan that he was the chief grand commander of, to stop black people from receiving the light of the knowledge that they were stealing from us. He was the grand commander over the Ku Klux Klan. Based on his knowledge that when you read the morals and dogmas, the spiritual African mystery system is tied up in there. By the way, mystery, that came, the Greeks called it mysterion, but that was the Osirian drama for the spiritual resurrection, the sacred knowledge of African people. But yet you go in Washington, D.C., and this is where Albert Pike is buried at. This is where he's buried at right here. But yet you see, this is the 33rd degree of the Grand Sovereign Grand Commander at 16th Street, and they have two recumbent lions. One has eyes half open, that means that they received the light. The other one has the eyes wide open, says they've got the light and they have the power of the knowledge now. Let's go see what it looks like.
Yeah, taking that you down, but Trump ordered it to be put back up.
He did that recently?
He did what?
Well, when all this shit was going on at the North Floyd, they took his statue down in Washington, D.C. But just this year, Donald Trump said he ordered it to put that statue back up.
Oh,
And
shit.
Albert Pike was, like I say, now he went with the Confederacy. He ordered the name that became the Ku Klux Klan. You know, he was letting racist. But Trump is wanting it to be up while he's taking all our shit down out of Washington.
Right.
Crazy.
And which building was that dude buried in?
Who, Albert Pike?
Yeah.
Now, he got these memorials, but he had an statue when him was showing. There's an statue of him up. They had took that one down when we was protesting. Trump ordered it back up. Now, all this stuff, this deal in Washington, they can't knock this down, but all this stuff deal in Washington. But what's the name when they're trying to tell this deal is a racist? You know what I'm saying? And they still had the statues and shit up in Washington, D.C.
Damn.
Yeah, but he definitely connected with, Freemasonry. But, he was one of the ones that said black people can't come in our shit. Y'all gotta form your own shit, Fuck
Right.
y'all. Yeah.
Right. Damn. This shit is all over the place, man. God damn.
Yeah.
Yes, this is old Albert Pike. Albert Pike started an organization called the Ku Klux. That was the golden circle of the golden band that became the Ku Klux Klan that he was the chief grand commander of, to stop black people from receiving the light of the knowledge that they were stealing from us. He was the grand commander over the Ku Klux Klan. Based on his knowledge that when you read the morals and dogmas, the spiritual African mystery system is tied up in there. By the way, mystery, That was came, the Greeks call it mysterion, but that was the Osirian drama for the spiritual resurrection, the sacred knowledge of African people. But yet you go in Washington, D.C., and this is where Albert Pike is buried at. This is where he's buried at right here. But yet you see, this is the
See, hold pause it for just a second.
Grand Commander, 16th Street, and they have.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know what that place is.
yeah.
Go ahead.
It look like one of them joints in DC.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I'm trying to.
really.
Is it the
Yeah.
Pantheon? It's not the Pantheon.
I said,
Parthenon. I mean, the Parthenon.
in my mind, but I don't know why his fucking ass was in there or something like that.
That's crazy. All right, Jamie.
Yeah, that's a hell of a tool, ain't it? Hey, I want to be married now. Hey.
I don't want to be buried near that. I don't want to be buried near that motherfucker.
Well, I'm just talking about the tomb.
Right,
You know what I mean?
yeah. But that nigga right there in the cornerstone of it. So
Yeah.
Fuck
He needs to get about it now.
shit. I'll go kick that motherfucker down.
Two are covered light. One has eyes half open, that means that they received the light. The other one has the eyes wide open, says they got the light and they have the power of the knowledge now. Let's go see what it looks like. The Ankh and the Medunet and veil of secrecy that it would never get out. That's why you see the veil over it, the fear that it might get out. So the second one represents the power of the knowledge, your African knowledge, locked up in the Western world of Freemasonry. I don't want to hear about that black stuff. Y'all talking about that black stuff, but it's that black African stuff they have, brothers and sisters, and the veil of their secrecy right here. I got to be strong with this. Our people are dying every day for the lack of knowledge of who we are. Let's look even further. But yet the black Secret Service, but yet, you know, the Secret Service would come back here to guard George Bush and Clinton. They need to guard their own African ancestral secret. That's what they need to be guarding. And most of them are Masons, Negro Masons, who don't know where the secret is, his African ancestral knowledge. This is where George Bush, the Trilateral Commission, where they came back to the big party right here in Kemet. They didn't go to France. They didn't go to Greece. They didn't go to Rome. They didn't go to Jerusalem. They didn't go to England. They didn't go to Mount Rushmore. They came back to Africa to celebrate the so-called new millennium. Giving homage to Africa.
Right.
But yet Negro Masons going to Mount Moriah, where you can't see no temple at all. But yet time, February 3rd, 1992, essay, Robert Hughes. The Afrocentrist claim can be summarized quite easily. It says the history of the cultural relationships between Africa and Europe is bunk, a prop for its fiction of white European supremacy. That's right. Palo historians agree that intelligent human life began in the Rift Valley of Africa. Afrocentrists go further. The Africa was the cultural father of us all, of everything I've been dealing with. European culture derived from Egypt. Egypt is part of Africa, linked to the heart by the artery of the Nile. Egyptian civilization begins in sub-Saharan Africa and Ethiopian Sudan and even in the Great Lakes region that I went into. He sums it up with this. No plausible evidence exists for these claims of Egyptian negritude. They know they don't want us dealing with this. No plausible evidence. Then Arnold Toynbee, historian, says, when we classify mankind by color, the only one of our primary races which has not made a creative contribution to any one of our 21 civilizations is the black race. This is in time, February 3rd, 1992.
Right.
No possible evidence, no claims of Egyptian negritude. Well, how about this African right here? Sahori, who was on the stolen legacy of Dr. George James
He said, well, how about this one?
Exactly.
Watch
This
this.
Grand Master over 4,000 years ago in the 5th dynastic period. Nose and lips intact. How about this African Grand Master, Pepe II?
That's right.
Has been named and raised to Pepe
That's
II.
right.
He's in
That's
the
right.
African thought group. The
That's
brother's
right.
name is now Pepe II. That's what you got to call him because he looks just like Pepe II. When I showed him the book yesterday, he even said, whoa. See over here. And he is the one that said that heaven was between the legs of the goddess Nut. The Dr. Ben rephrased it and said heaven is between the legs of the African woman. Where do we all come from? Right there in that micro universe.
I say that, man.
Sick.
African right here, Mental Hotel.
Okay.
He was a Sabatawi. This black man. As I said, we have thin nose, wide nose, thick lips, and thin lips. No one prototype that defines an African facial characteristic. But he also had to fight the sand dwellers who were coming in during this time over 4,000 years ago. He was a Wasetian that came up from the south. We always came up from the south. South Chicago, South Central LA, South Philly, South Kemet, Tasseti, 26,000 years, always from the south. We might be on the south side of Oakland. I don't know where we are right now, but we might be there right now. This African right here, a minute ahead. These are the grand masters they don't want you to know about. No possible evidence exists. 12th dynastic period, a minute ahead. 1997 BC. Last time there was a 1997 prior to the one in the AD was this time period. This is where we were at. This African right here, where he brought to the world Amen. Where we still worship Amen at the end of our prayers, that he has Amen in the beginning of his name, Amenehet, the first. How about this African right here, Sinro-Ret, who set up the kingdom of Africa. He even took an army to the southern part of Russia called Black Georgia today, that Martin Brunel, the European, in his book Black Athenia talks about. But they even came down on him for giving the black evidence to it. In fact, we see another African in the 12th dynastic period. It's his capstone that you've been looking at that got Orion on it. That I showed you in the Cairo Museum. He is the one also who had to fight the sand dwellers, and it's after this period that a full-scale invasion came into Kemet. This is Nima Atra, Amenehet III. This Wasetian, his nose had been slashed out as well. It was the Hyksos who came in and enslaved the Kemetic people for 200 years that Josephus talks about, who came in, Josephus, who lived around 32 to 100 AD. Said that these people came in and enslaved us, that I deal with in my lecture, African History versus Biblical Myths, extensively. Until the second Enraged Tao II came up from the south and lost his life on the battlefield. Until his son, Atmos I, opened up the 18th dynasty called the Golden Age and expelled these people out of our land. This is the only exodus that ever took place. Where they took from this African, Atmos, a real person, and made a Moses. And I document that as thoroughly as I document this. Look, in fact, we go even further to see, I had to go all the way to England to take this picture, this grand, serious soldier, warrior, men Cameron remains. He had 17 battles and won them all. But he wanted to make sure those Hyksos weren't going to come back into our land. When I was in England, some white woman was standing there and said, "Oh, the Egyptians are white." I ran up there and measured the lips. I said, "Why do y'all come up here and have a lip measurement going on here?" So I had to go all the way to England to take this Grand Master. But yet this Grand Master, Amenhotep, the son of Hapu. But yet we still talking about Hiram Abib. How about Amenhotep, the son of Hapu? A Grand Master also long before son Hiram Abib. He also built for his Grand Master King, Amenhotep III. In fact, he built these columns on Epic Wasut, called Kart Luxor today. These massive lotus columns here. But when the old Romans came in, they didn't know how to build on the Grand Master level. That's why you see these little toothpick columns right here. They weren't on these Grand Master level.
Imagine if I asked something, then calm and down, and then they, evidence.
Yeah.
You know what? White man said in 1992 that we had no history. You know what I'm saying? It's like
we wouldn't
proving you wrong, and y'all still saying that.
We wouldn't be able to prove it.
Exactly.
Wouldn't be able to prove it.
They would have had it, and we didn't have the mindset back then to build in stone, to preserve that evidence.
To write in stone.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. See, that's what did it, and that's what kept it. See, and they couldn't change it after that. You could see where they wrote, where they was writing, and where we was writing. You can see it. You see the difference.
When they couldn't destroy it, they had to say it was them. They tried to destroy it. But then when they couldn't, they said, "Well, that's us." That's us now. We were like, "Well, why y'all was not in the loans and y'all hit?" You know what I'm saying? Why would, just like you was dealing with the Muslim news. Why you don't, your ain't hit then, you know what I'm saying? So it ain't y'all. God damn it. It ain't none of y'all. And I was waiting to call them sin dwellers. That's what you
Yeah.
call the sin dwellers.
What you call them, miserable Arabs?
Well, that miserable Asiatics.
Asiatic.
That's from what people wrote down for real. That's not me. That's what somebody wrote. He wrote to his son. What that's for the miserable Asiatic. God
Right?
damn it. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Columns building right here. But yet we go on to see right here, Amenhotep the third, as we see him right here, he's called our dazzling sun. I mean, in Kemet magazine, they said, well, the reason the lips look like this is because they wanted a more stylized version. I mean, these are psychopathic racists trying to preserve white supremacy. But we're putting a serious crack in it for it to fall down. Let's go on now. We're looking even further. Another Grand Master, Ursa Ma'at Ra, the Tep and Ra, Mr. Murray Almond that I've been saying. In fact, for the first time in history, he builds a temple for his queen. That's Nefertari II of the 19th dynasty, until Taj Mahal did the same thing. But he was the first. This was the Grand Master that built an Abu symbol, the Temple of Eternity. As I'll break his middle letter name down, Ursa Ma'at Ra, Septepen Ra, Ra Metsu Murray Amen. Don't that sound good? I know you haven't heard it in a long time. Let's translate it. Ursa, the power of truth, justice, and righteousness under God. Septepen Ra means chosen by God. They took chosen by God right out of Septepen Ra's name. This is where God's chosen children came from. We are the first people who were chosen to walk the face of the earth first. We say, well, that's God's chosen children. We can't talk about them now. God get mad at us. Ramesu, loved by Ra. Murray, amen.
Can you pause it for a second?
This is the Grand Master during his time, brothers and sisters.
So what is there?
In the Shanu of his royal name. Let's look even further and see that this Grand Master Taharqa, he also is a Grand Master. He also is a who set up the kingdom of Athens, even took an army to the southern part of Russia. Can't talk about him now. God get mad at us.
Go ahead.
So what's in any of the other ethnic groups? What's older than this? What's older than this part right here? Anything? Is there any Sumerian glyphs older than this right here? What he's showing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then knowing this new dynasty.
Yeah, what dynasty is he in?
This is like Ramses in 19.
Oh, 19, yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
right,
for
right,
sure.
right,
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
Sumerian been out.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, they've been out for a long time.
Right. Okay. All right, that's all I wanted.
Good question.
Ramesu, loved by Ra. Murray, amen. He was loved by Amen. This is the Grand Master during his time, brothers and sisters, in the Shanu of his royal name. Let's look even further and see.
And that's hold on just one second. And that's Amenhotep the third during the 19th dynasty. I can look it up myself, but they just showed Amenhotep the third again, right? Before this picture.
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
But the last one they were showing was Ramses the second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Up from the south, the free Kemet from the barbarians, he was a Semitali. And then the first one to open up the 25th dynasty was Kashara. Then it went into Paanki and Shabaka, and then we also see Taharqa. These were the great Tanihisians that go all the way back. In fact, they are the mothers of dynastic Egypt. In fact, Africa and the world, W. Du Bois said that about Weigel made this statement: his reign was an era of prosperity and cultural advancement. Weigel called his era that astonishing epic of nigger domination. See, they can talk about us in the book.
What year was that? What year was that?
And talk about like dogs. We've been victims of all kind of racism, the worst hate on the planet Earth to make us hate ourselves, and we can't say.
They said what year that was, and I missed it.
And Amenhotep happened in the 18th dynasty.
No, he talking about that right. But
Yeah, I know. When he
what
had
you
the
call it?
movement earlier.
And then the first one to open up the 25th dynasty was Kashara. Then it went into Paanki and Jamaka, and then we also see Taharka. These were the great Tanahisians that go all the way back. In fact, they are the mothers of dynastic Egypt. In fact, Africa and the world, W. Du Bois said that about Weigel made this statement: his reign was an era of prosperity and cultural advancement. Weigel called his era that astonishing epic of nigger domination. See, they can talk about us in the book, but white got the attack on the African enemies, just denigrate us and talk us about like dogs. We've been victims of all kind of racism, the worst hate on the planet Earth to make us hate ourselves, and we can't say nothing about it. No, brothers. But goes on to say, called him that nigger domination. No, it was no nigger domination. He was the nigger. It's amazing that an African Negro should have been able, with any sort of justification, to style himself emperor of the world. But it was Taharka who ascended the throne in 688 BC at the age of about 42. For 15 years, he fostered the economic and cultural and religious life of Ethiopian Egypt. The trade of the country increased, and there was money to repair the ancient temples, to build new ones. Taharka established family alliance with Western Asia and Assyria. But he was at war with them as well. Taharka built at Karnak was planned as one of the most striking in the ancient world. That was at Waset, that the Greeks called Thebes, right here. This is where the initiation took place, 40 years. You had to master your thoughts. Every thought that came up in your head, you brought that thought to your mind. You had to control many different spiritual sides and also master your past.
When they say mystery school, right?
Right.
Waset was one of the centers. When they be talking about the mystery school, Waset was one of them. We had to go to school for 40 years. Yeah, and that's when you learn. Then that's when you said, hey, and them letters real? Is hero real? And or you say, when you ask that question, or you say that ain't real, you ready to be initiated. This is where you got initiated at, and with the ooh. Watch it.
Right.
Brought that thought to your mind. You had to control many different spiritual sides and also master your passion and so forth.
So pause it just again, because he said, let me just clear, make sure I'm hearing right. So he said you had to master your thoughts, and you're the one that brought those thoughts to your own mind.
Yeah. It's one of the things I be saying, and it mean like, when you initiate it, number one, you gotta control your thoughts, control your actions, have, it's the concept you gotta go through, you know what I'm saying? And almost really, you gotta meet out before you get initiated. That's like, then the prerequisite before you get in. So, yeah, whatever the thoughts you had, it's the whole introspective, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
Yeah. When you really evaluate okay, I got mad at, okay, why did I get mad at him? That's me doing introspective, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I got mad at Jamie. But why did I get mad at Jamie? So, by me doing that, the next time I'm controlling my thoughts and my actions. If you do the declaration of my every day and night, then that's a part of controlling your thoughts and actions. What did I do? Why did I do that? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, most of the time we only do that when we really get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? When really something happens, when people really get locked up, then they thinking about why would they doing all that and this, that, and the other. Other than that, they running around acting a goddamn fool. You with me?
That's right.
Yeah, I might be motherfucking in the street doing all kind of shit, then they get his ass shot up and then in that hospital. Thinking about that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Then
that's
you
right.
get respecting going on. But when you
Yeah,
ain't got time to think, you running around, you just doing shit. So that's the same thing with us in our everyday life. Until we get caught up in the shit, then we don't think about what the fuck I've been doing and why I've been doing that. So, needless, when you being initiated and you going through something, when you're ready for that transformation, this is the shit that slow you down. And then, just like you say, people who smart, you just watch how they talk and how they think first. You know what I'm saying? Before they say shit. You know what I'm saying? They very calculated on how they handle their business. Cause they thinking about shit. They don't do shit in a rush. They're not reactionary. They're revolutionary. So that's why all that, it's a training process. Then you gotta put yourself through somebody before you to ask them to do about it. So they put you through that process. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's good.
Control your motherfucking thoughts. You ain't gonna make them blame nobody else on why you did that shit. You know what I'm saying? Why do you do that? God damn it.
Right. Premeditated shit somewhere.
Yeah, you never find out you let somebody push your button. Control your goddamn thoughts, man. Control your thoughts, that's gonna control your actions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Western Asia and the Semites, but he was at war with them as well. The Harka built at Karnak was planned as one of the most striking in the ancient world. That was at Waset, that the Greeks called Thebes, right here. This is where the initiation took place 40 years. You had to master your thoughts. Every thought that came up in your head, you brought that thought to your mind. You had to control many different spiritual sides and also master your passion and so forth to become the Kari Heb high priest. In fact, we see this is where 80,000 students at one time went to school here. We brought to the world the first university, Eperatut, in the city of Waset. This is where the kings came up from the south to defeat the barbarians that came into our land. This is where the baptism took place long before John the Baptist. Here you became baptized to become one with the stars to sit on the square.
Sometimes you'll hear black people saying, we had the first university in Timbuktu. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, that was later than Waset. Way much later than the mystery school. You know what I'm saying? Maybe because it's called mystery, they don't recognize it as the first, learning center. But Waset was learning way before Timbuktu. And when Timbuktu was put in motion, the Arabs was actually in Africa. That was Arab, Africans who had turned Arab. That was when you get them, the black Muslims, I forget what we call that, the black Muslims. Yeah, more. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, my man.
Right.
Yeah.
As he overlooked the lake that represented spiritual consciousness become one with us all. In fact, they also mastered the pi, mathematics. Here you see the Europeans came in and raw mathematical papyruses and so forth and put their names on it. Like the Rhine mathematical papyrus put their name on it. But Pythagoras got his Pythagorean theorem right from Africa, but yet now
Let me just pause this for a second. Let me run this through real quick.
There's no Pythagorean triangle.
So this seems similar to me. The denunciation of or putting Waset, out of the scene and putting Timbuktu into play is what came to my mind was when we were talking about what makes a civilization, right? Right. And so because I mean, what the fuck was Wyset lacking? The population, one of the I can't remember, it was 5 or 7 criteria for a civilization. Oh, what was Wyset lacking to
Now,
be
what's that is for the human.
right, right. Okay,
Yeah, so it's already,
but still, it's taking second base to something that is newer than Wasset is. In Timbuktu.
yeah,
Timbuktu
when
is
they
claimed to be
mention,
the oldest, but Wasset is the oldest. So what
right,
is it?
right.
Because Timbuktu was a university and Wasset isn't?
No, it don't mean, it's almost like what's it don't get the title in the oldest university. Timbuktu get that title.
That's exactly what I just said. I'm saying, what's the fuck? Why? Why are they not getting Wasset not getting the credibility of and they giving it to Timbuktu? It
I
seems
think
to
it's
be it
more
seems
looked
to
at,
it still seems to be along the criteria lines, maybe not the 7 or the 5 criteria, whatever it takes, but the same kind of bullshit that they do with the civilizations. We didn't have this civilization because it didn't have this criteria. That was just a thought running through my head. So, but go
mm,
ahead, Gerald. Go ahead
um,
with it.
I think it might be more linked with spirituality instead of education. You know what I'm saying? For some reason.
Hmm.
I think when the mystery thing is more linked with a spiritual thing than with education. But when you get them from Paris, they're dealing with arithmetic and all them different sciences, you can't deny it. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't,
Yeah, good question.
yeah.
That's what I
That's
say.
why he brought up them from Paris. And so we had the mathematics and we already knew it. I don't know. Why you deny it? Just like having from Paris. Written from Paris is like book. You know what I'm saying? So we got books. Not just one Bible. We got a whole bunch of goddamn books.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Right, and any of the teachings that got to Timbuktu had to come through Wasat anyways, regardless. So it's just seems like one of those motherfucking things. You just keep on digging and get blacker and blacker. So older and older.
No, it's more. Are you mad about that?
Am I mad about it?
Yeah.
No, because I can see the bullshit game. I just want to make sure the bullshit game that I see is validated. Inside me is validated. I'm not
no,
necessarily mad about it. I'm just saying, it can. They play games all over the place. We just had a whole rundown of contradictions. So
yeah.
this is just another one of them to me. I'm not mad at it.
My point is you gotta get mad about it.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, I'm not.
you gotta understand that
Yeah.
Waset
Well,
was dealing with the esoteric part of teachings. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
book 2 is dealing with Islamic teachings and science and math and things like that. It's more of an academic thing with Timbuktu, and it's more of a esoteric or
so
natural way, nature, what I mean, type learning.
yeah,
So
so you and
so it
Gerald
is,
explaining the same thing.
yeah.
You
So it's
you and
different.
Gerald, yeah,
So
you
it
and Gerald
is
say
different.
explain, yeah. But
It's
you and
different,
but
and
you and
Timbuktu is older as far as the university part of it, as far as the academic part of it, you know what I mean? But as far as the esoteric and our sciences, you know, we older.
Right. Right.
More than like we dealing with Freemasonry, right?
Mm.
That part, Freemasons don't want everybody to know, so they hide it. You with me?
Right. No doubt.
So that mystery stuff was kind of hidden also. That's the whole esoteric hidden, not for the masses, only if you ask certain questions to want to know and be initiated into it. My point of saying, are you mad about it? You with me? If you get mad about it, and you mad that it ain't that, then you gonna do something about it to get that information back. That makes sense?
Well, yeah, you know, my first
You hear Ashra Kwesi?
yeah.
He mad. Y'all with me?
Yeah, you know, when I
That
first
what
went,
made him get that information out. He was like, I got this, I'm mad, I'm gonna get this shit out. So once you get mad enough, you gonna get it out.
yeah, you know, but you know, so when I, you know, watched a lot
Okay.
of this, and then when I got to that point, of course, I felt, yeah, I just backed it down because you know, we've been through this with me, getting all pissed off and rowdy and shit about it, and so you know that's what I was describing as not being angry, you know.
Right. Man,
You know
I'm
what I
telling
mean?
you,
I mean that
in the heart,
the reactionary part has diminished some, you know, but the revolutionary part, that shit is hyped up, you know.
okay,
So
listen what I'm saying. That's what crazy was reacting to them not having the right
Yeah, to tomorrow because
information.
I want
You with me?
to do some
yeah,
more research on my motor.
Well, this revolution was to make these right.
I can move it though.
Not
right.
just to be arguing with people and, that level reactionary. He did
Tell
something
me do
about
what?
it.
Hook it up?
And he maneuvered
Hold on, get in the car, get in the
information
house. I
right
got
there.
it.
So that's
Right.
what I'm saying. You
You can't
can
make.
maneuver information dealing with that.
Right, without a doubt.
I
Yeah,
mean, and you can do it together. It's like, okay, we gonna let everybody know about motherfuckers watch it over Timbuktu. You know what I'm
right,
saying? That's the
right.
point I'm just saying. That,
Yeah,
but if you ain't man enough there, no, we ain't gonna do nothing. And I understand what you're saying now, not mad on a negative level, but some shit gonna make you mad. So, well, I'm mad about how they treated my people. So I got
well,
fueled in the
yeah,
morning and joined the goddamn Southern reading, do that in the morning. I ain't just on the sideline talking about it. I did something. So from that kind of level, you know.
yeah. I'm with you.
But I'm gonna let you listen to him talk about that one more time. If you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
Yeah, you
You
got me
want
motivated.
Jared want me get good and mad.
Yeah, you got me motivated about. I'm the same way about that. Most
Yeah.
people don't know nothing about that damn watch it.
Yeah. And we studied a lot about my watch that here on Sankofa.
Mm-hmm.
But it was
You know.
Taharka who ascended the throne in 688 BC at the age of about 42. For 15 years, he fostered the economic and cultural and religious life of Ethiopia and Egypt. The trade of the country increased, and there was money to repair the ancient temples, to build new ones. Taharka established family alliance with Western Asia and Assyria, but he was at war with them as well. Taharka built at Karnak was planned as one of the most striking in the ancient world. That was at Waset, that the Greeks called Thebes, right here. This is where the initiation took place 40 years. You had to master your thoughts. Every thought that came up in your head, you brought that thought to your mind.
Because that's
You had
motherfucking
to
key right
control
there, man.
many different spiritual sides and also master your passion and so
Well,
forth.
to
Become the
pause that
God
just a
of
second
life.
because the motherfuckers talk
Fabricate.
about the
Listen,
devil and all these, you know, all these people that you can't take responsibility for your actions for, right? You know, the devil's there. You know, we know that it's just a lower nature. You got to have a balance and all that stuff, man. But this is a whole different rip, and this says you got to control everything. There's another arena that I listen to, and this dude talks about, all action is born out of thought, but they still talk about the thought is not my initial thoughts are not my responsibility. This just changes the whole goddamn game right here. You know, you master, you brought that thought in, right? I brought that thought in, meaning that ripple effect of ancestral thread, is working, right? And I don't need to attribute it to nothing else but my motherfucking people.
Hey. So the Nation of Islam, they have a lesson that teaches on something like that, and it teaches to rise above the thinking of God. No, rise up. Wait a minute.
Among the thinking of man.
No, rise. What does it say?
You get it. Take your time, King.
Was it
You'll
rise above the thinking?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
Let's
go
give
ahead.
it 5 minutes. And then we can have our talk.
All right.
No, man, you taught us to stop this shit right here and work it out.
All right, you're right.
We can go ahead while Jamie think of it though, man. It's good. I'm good, Gerald.
It's saying rise above your emotions and coming to and coming to the thinking of God. So that's kind of like what that's saying. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but they still dealing with the
That's
outside
what
God.
that comes out of the Nation of Islam. They teach on that.
So are they talking about the outside God or inside God? I mean, what the fuck?
Well,
They
rising
talking
above
about?
your emotions and coming into the thinking of God. So whatever, what they was talking about, they're talking about they talking about the Master Farah Muhammad at that point.
So is that the same thing as what is just being said right here at the Temple Waset?
Well, it's just saying
your
you
thoughts.
gotta,
You the creator.
yeah,
You
you
the creator of
control.
all those thoughts, and you master and control them.
Yeah,
You
you
the
gotta
creator.
master your thoughts and your actions, and that's it's pretty much the same thing they're saying. They're saying rise above your emotions and come into the yeah.
This dude is saying that we create all our thoughts. That's what I'm hearing, right? We create all our thoughts. And what
Yeah.
I'm getting out of that
Yeah.
is that
Yeah.
whether it's me, myself, or
Who else
not,
gonna create it?
it's that ripple effect of our ancestral thread, regardless that is me anyways.
Yeah,
If we could even go back to the all and the primordial or waters, all that kind of stuff, the all, right? And so I can't separate myself from that. So I mean, it just goes. It's just different than this westernized shit that I bought into. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, it makes sense to me. And you guys are really confirming that. Each of you.
Meditation is about controlling your thoughts. If you just sit with yourself and introspect, that's what meditation is, introspection. And all kind of shit gonna come up. You know what I'm saying? You just let that shit go. But you see what's on your mind. You know what I'm saying? So it's practices, because your actions come from your thoughts. You know what I'm saying? So ain't gonna be able to blame nobody but you. Yeah.
Yeah, just think before you act. Just think before you act, man.
Well, that's where the smart people are. You want to say anything on anything, man? Are you good? Before we go. Go ahead, Gerald. Let's knock the.
I'm good, bro. I'm good. Thank you. It's
Okay.
all good. Ashra, shit, he's on point. Yes, sir, for sure.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Let's knock it out.
Starts with self, brother. Starts with self.
in the city of Waset. This is where the kings came up from the south to defeat the barbarians that came into our land. This is where the baptism took place long before John the Baptist. Here you became baptized to become one with the stars to sit on the square as he overlooks the lake that represents the spiritual consciousness, become one with the stars. In fact, they also mastered the pi, mathematics. Here you see the Europeans came in and raw mathematical papyruses and so forth and put their names on it. Like the Rhine mathematical papyrus put their name on it. But Pythagoras got his Pythagorean theorem right from Africa, but yet now they're going to say Egyptian sailmakers construct a Pythagorean triangle? There's no Pythagorean triangle. Even the Freemasonry Encyclopedia says this symbol was received by Pythagoras from the Egyptians during his long sojourn in that country, and with it he also learned the peculiar property it possessed, namely that the sum of the squares of the two shorter sides is equal to the squares of the longest side, symbolically expressed by the formula, that product of Osiris, Isis, and Horus, or Sar, Aset, and Haru. This figure has been adopted in the third degree of Freemasonry. Kidnapped African priests, forced them to teach them the knowledge that became the Pythagorean order. That's how they got the knowledge in the West. This is the timeline. I've been dealing with thousands of years of history, and they're going to lock us into a little clarity with a Greek period right here. At best, we're talking around 800 years BC, co-pilot. Okay, you got it. Here's the Greek period right here. At best, with Pythagoras, they got Thales around 600 BC. But why are we going to start right here? And then if we're in the Judaism, we start with Abraham. But I've been dealing with thousands of years of knowledge with Ptah, the creator of the universe. Horm Akid, Norma, Khufu, Imhotep, Zoser-Neter-Ket. But yet we're going to start right here. They tell you in their advertisements, Greeks voted the most creative place in the world by 5,000 years of history? Wait a minute. 5,000 years, this will be 3,000 BC during the time of the building of the Great Pyramid. Here's Greece way down here. At best, 1,000 BC would be 3,000 years ago. They just corrupted right in the magazines, but yet they also say, on your next vacation, meet the country where civilization was given flight. It definitely wasn't in Greece. Civilization gave flight with Kemet way back here. In fact, that's why, brothers and sisters, we must know who we are. As an African people, come back home. Come back to the black land. Come back in
Sankofa.
Sankofa, baby.
His time to Sonobe. Come back to the gates of the Grand Master, the true Grand Masters like Horm Akid, as we take groups back every year. I mean, to do serious field work. We're not talking about no bump tour with Europeans and Arabs. Hey, I've been going back to 19 years. I know Egypt better than I know LA and Dallas. Come back to the temple of eternity. See the Grand Masters, brothers and sisters, but above all, remember that in order for us to have health, a little clarity, our capstone must be Africa. Economics, we must put the center of our capstone of our consciousness must be Africa. To have an African family, the capstone must be Africa.
Yeah.
To deal with the technology of today and tomorrow, the capstone must be Africa.
Yeah.
The gateway to our future. We must walk with the left foot forward, to trample down evil, so we can tell our story as an African people for the future generations of our people, so we can know thyself, because the root
baby.
without the knowledge of his
Yeah.
history is like a tree without roots. Hotel, brothers and sisters.
Hotel.
Hotel.
Yeah, that's fire. So me and Jamie was on the phone earlier, and I said, I'm gonna put something together real quick. Let me get off the phone and put something together real quick. And I was already thinking to ask why Kwesi, and I said I ain't even playing with it. Let me get Gerald to put on one of the first videos that he encountered with Ashra, because I know how he impacted you. And man, this is fire, man. This is one of the few that I haven't seen. I mean, he may have many that I haven't seen, but I've seen a lot of Ashra Kwesi's stuff. I was introduced to Ashra Kwesi by Jamie when we was doing watching looking at a side by side, the biblical verses and our stuff, right? That shit was cold, right? And so that just set me on the journey with Ashra Kwesi.
Like I said, Ashra Kwesi was the first scholar that I seen on the videotape when I got back from Kemet. And that's what he was talking about. And I was like, yep. You know, he was introduced me to Dr. Meehan, Dr. I say Dr. Falk, I say Dr. Van Sertima, I say all of them. He introduced me to them, you know. And I started getting their information. All this was before YouTube. So you had to know somebody who was tapped her, not African, you know, not himself, to get them tapes, you know what I'm saying? So I was looking to tap into it, and, you know, that's what I used to fight people with, you know, when I got out of Kwesi and he was talking like that, that's when I used to go meet up mama shop, go to the mama shop, and fight people about Christianity and
Right.
whatever. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, man, I'm getting the information. That's how he knew it. He gonna show you. He gonna say something. He gonna show you where it is in Kemet. He gonna show you where they lying at. And like I said, since 1995, it was all with me, my homeboys, my family. You was in the minute. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking that the information was so just like, all right, this is it. I'm thinking that that's just gonna be the truth, and everybody is gonna have to accept it and write on to the information. And if you know, and boy, that ain't what it was. I had to fight my family, fight my friends, fight in the barber shop, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, just like he was saying, I was gonna stand on that truth. And I still been standing on it 30 years later, you know. So when you called and asked me about it, I was like, yeah, this, all my crazy, that's easy.
Right.
African origins of Judaism, African origins Christianity, African origins of I forget them. I got all of them, but when I looked on YouTube, I was like, oh yeah, he don't play that. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? He don't got this shit on YouTube. And I thought if all that was right there when somebody was playing it on the TV. But when I thought about it, I was like, no, most people don't see his real face like that. They don't see him when he go on the African land and other people making videos of him, you know. But when he make his videos, he don't play that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I
Right.
got in trouble with him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was bootlegging this shit way back in the night. And he did not like that shit. So I was saying, I don't give a damn if you like it or not. I won't charge, but I'm gonna give your shit away free.
Right.
Yeah. But he was mad at me, and you hear him telling that dude, hey dude, and that's the name right.
Right.
He had me doing that shit. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
good, man.
Yeah, he had me knowing that that one on me. Boy, I was fucking that motherfucker up. I wasn't, but I couldn't tell I wouldn't, I couldn't tell I needed to do enough. Yeah, hey man, you don't hear long? All right, man, hold on, shit. But he was all over my motherfucking ass. And,
Good.
and I'm saying, I respected that he told me no bootlegging, so I didn't tell him. But anybody that I felt that was needing some knowledge, I would give it away to him free.
Right. Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's respect, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man. Yeah, I was introduced to that type of tape too, because it wasn't a YouTube one. It was one that recorded like this one with him doing that side by side, and then it just went on from there. So, yeah, Ashra is always good, man. This just broke down all the, so many contradictions though, man. I caught most of them in part, through his videos. This motherfucker just had it all loaded up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, his main videos will always be about 2 hours, and he don't go hard like that. Now, when you hear him in Egypt, he ain't talking hard. He just listening and being, casual. But when he on them goddamn making the videos, he ain't no joke at all.
Right.
And he called the motherfuckers out. It don't matter. So, yeah. I appreciate you asking me to provide that. And I'm happy that, we don't really think this long, but we got some good lots of information today.
Yeah, man, that motherfucker was rocking.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that we all lasted and just seeing it through and that motherfucker be long and informative, man, and had that man had me thinking, right? But I just heard that I create my own shit, right?
Yeah, but it's packed with information. Packed.
Yeah, packed,
Mm.
packed, man. So much to research if you don't know it. If you're familiar with it, fine. But there's so much more. I don't think somebody can watch this and say, I know enough about all of it. I shouldn't say nobody, but uh, yeah, there's a lot in there, man.
Yeah,
And
and then watching it over again. You know what I'm saying? Not that you watching other stuff and you learn from other stuff. Then when you come back to it, you'll know a little more. You know what I'm saying? Then you watch other people for a little bit. And when you come back to it again, you'll understand a lot more. You know what I'm saying? So mostly on that one, I was on top of all of that.
oh
I
yeah,
can imagine back then I didn't understand everything he was saying, but right now I know mostly, everything he was saying now, you
right,
know.
right.
But that's been over 30 years, God damn it. I should.
Yeah. You should know more. I caught you when you said that earlier. I agree with you. You should know more.
Mm-hmm. Much more.
Right.
But I am where I am, and
Exactly, man. Gotta
I
love it.
know,
Gotta
I
love it.
know I am a part of one. When I was first learning that, I was trying to find out who the fuck the fuck was. I know I'm a part now. You
Right.
know, I know I'm the resurrected one. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah. I done resurrected my goddamn self within them 30 years. Hell yeah.
Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. Same over here. I feel it. It seems like that way to me. A whole different cat, man.
I have no question.
Yeah, I think y'all hurt was way happening in mine.
Say that again.
I think y'all count on way happening than I needed.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Y'all got way more information at y'all fingertips. It took me a long time to get a hold to it. You with me?
Yeah, yeah.
So long as you can understand it, and that's what I admire about all of y'all. Y'all can understand it. I done been around people who just couldn't get it. You know what I'm saying? They were wanting to try to get it, and it was me now in the moment, but then when that other circumstance and you didn't really see it, I had to tell them every time, no, that's what that is. You don't see that? Goddamn. You ain't hunting. You playing around or something. You don't get it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
Yeah,
we was looking, man. You talking about,
yeah,
people that was, we in search. We seekers of information. You know what I'm saying?
right.
So we trying to get as much information as we possibly can get. I know that's how I am. I just,
yeah, that's how we are.
that's just what I'm into, man. Information. Let me get it. Like I've said it over and over again, man. I've studied in different, a couple of different schools of thought, man, and 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 it's like I said, I didn't discriminate against any of them. And if you got it, let me get it. You know what I mean? So and I'm able to really, excuse me, I'm able to really make a good decision, right? Because I've studied a few different schools of thought. You know what I'm saying? I see what their their base, the base of the foundation is, or you know what I mean, and the mission, and whatever. You know what I'm saying? So and all of them have some good shit. I mean, every last one of them have something. Some of it you can find, some of it that's useful. You know what I mean? And I found that, man, and I see, like I said, I've always had these questions, all these, and wonders, about the religion in itself, and so, Kemet was the one, that gave me more answers than any other thing that I studied, man. Any other doctrine that I studied.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And so it just answered more questions. You know what I mean? It made things, and the things that I wasn't unsure of, it made it clear. You know what I mean?
This is just so much easier to understand, you know what I mean? Because it ain't trying to trick nobody. It was no shit.
Well, it's all about, man. I mean, when you think about it, it's just common sense, brother. It's just simple common sense, man. When you look at it, you're not gonna sit here and say that God made man, he did all this stuff and then made woman out of a rib. You know what I'm saying? Or you could look at what's more logical, which to me is fucking common sense. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Or you could look at, the story of Moses, and you could, you can see that common sense is going to tell you that, wait a minute, man, there's a bunch of shit missing here, or something's wrong here.
Hey, but Otis and Fred believe that that's just common sense.
With this story, right? It's just something's wrong. Or you could talk about the Abraham story, any of the stories. What I'm saying is, with just simple common sense, you can listen to the story and see that something's wrong. If this is supposed to be literal shit, something's wrong. The Garden of Eden, something's really wrong. You know what I mean? Noah, something's really wrong. The Adam and Eve, something's really wrong from the fucking start.
Alfredo and Otis and Fred ain't gonna agree with you.
No, because common sense ain't so common for some people.
That book that knocked the shit out of it.
It just, common sense ain't so common for some people. But I'm saying that when you studying this shit, a lot of it, if you just don't fall into you got to believe or you got to have faith. Don't fall into that. Just keep your common sense, simple common sense, and it's gonna be a lot of shit. You're gonna be like, nah, man, nah.
Right.
Nah, man. Oh, no, that ain't logical. That's not. Have you ever seen something like that happen? No, you ain't going to. Stop it, man. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My argument is, you gotta be smart. You gotta be intelligent, and that's just period. Some people ain't intelligent enough for the kinetic hit. For whatever reason, They just ain't gonna get it. Not this lifetime. I don't
You
give a
know,
damn.
hey man, people, listen, man.
Oh,
You know,
I got
just like I
some
know,
family members
just
was
just like
gonna never get it.
just like know, they get it. It's just that the thing is that you too far when you too far into it, when you done when you get invested too much into it, hey man, you might you it's too late to pull out for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Even though they they know man, it's not. Look man, deep down you know that this something's wrong with this shit, and you can't tell me that they ain't gonna tell you that, but they know
No,
something
they're
ain't right.
not intelligent enough to figure it out. You gotta accept that. They not, for some reason. I know they can get it. But they, I think it was even like that back in Jimmy. Some of them people could not tell the difference between the myth and reality. You
Why do
know, so
people
it's like something wrong. It's like, I don't know what that is, and they don't get that. You
have
know
you ever
what
talked
I'm
to people? Have you ever talked to people?
saying? Uh-huh.
Have you ever talked to people and get into the conversation, and then the first thing they say is, "Ah, no, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear."
Oh yeah.
You do that because that's fear, man.
Yeah.
That's pure fear.
I was gonna bring that up earlier, but you
And
in there.
you get a lot of people that don't want to hear it, King. They don't want to hear it, man. That's fear. It ain't that they ain't
Yeah.
stupid. Hey, them people ain't stupid.
That's,
They're scared, man. Listen,
that's
man.
an intelligence level then. Ignorance, they're not intelligent enough not to be here to know about any motherfucking thing. Well, how you not, you're telling that you can't talk about, then you like, oh, like I'm like, wait a minute, I don't want to hear that black shit. I don't want to hear that.
That's another thing. They don't want to hear that black shit.
Yeah, they ain't intelligent. And yeah, that's an
Right.
unintelligent thing. And they
You got
like,
the other ones, and
they can
then
never understand Kemetic philosophy. That ain't no nothing. You gotta be on the spot. You gotta agree, Jamie. Some of them concepts, the sun and it's in the line, it's in land, and resurrection and all that. No, they
I
don't get
think
that
today,
shit.
I think that they could. I think that just like anyone else, it's just about a simple mind change. I, because if you talk to them, some of the other part, some of them, you talk to them, and you make a point, you make a factual point, and then they, yeah, but, and then it's yeah, but, right? And they don't,
Right.
so they didn't hear what you said, because otherwise you would have to stop and address that before we move forward. Right. But because you said, yeah, but, and then move on to something else, that means that you didn't hear. So see, this is another, that's another people. So now you got people that's in denial. You got people that's in denial. You got people, and I ain't talking about the river now. I mean, right? I'm talking about, but you got people that's in denial. You got people,
Denied.
you got people that are afraid,
Denied.
right? And then you got people, man, that's just straight up indoctrinated.
Liars.
Indoctrinated. They're just indoctrinated. It's this nothing you can say is going to change their mind. And then you got the Stockholm syndrome. You got those guys, the ones that know about the abuse of the Bible. They know about the evil in the Bible, but still can't conceive leaving it alone.
Right.
Especially in the name of women. Especially women. Right? They're more into it than anybody. And the Bible despises women.
Right.
It hates you. You're the whole reason why
We
there's
got
a damn, the whole reason why we got sin. You the whole reason. That's the whole reason why we got sin. The whole reason why you got to go through your husband. You can't go through God. You got to go through your husband. Your husband go through God, but you got to go through your husband.
Let me live with this here.
Go ahead.
All of us came in here indoctrinated, right?
Say it again.
I don't know about Jamie.
I'm like, yeah, he has some indoctrination in his name, some kind of way.
We are what now?
He said we all came in indoctrinated. He said we all came in and indoctrinated some way or another.
Yeah, we did. We all did. I did too. Yeah, for sure.
Right. So to get to healing, and each one you talking to somebody who is healing and broke that indoctrination, they are looking intelligent. And none of them dumb. And when they show you their intelligence, they're telling you how and why they broke from the indoctrination. That's the intelligence. Those that they came away from the indoctrination, they not intelligent. That's why they live in it, if you understand where I'm trying to come from.
I see.
Yeah.
I
So
see.
you broke from it, and let me know you are very intelligent. Eric, you are very intelligent. Lorenzo, you are intelligent. But all of us know somebody that also in the indoctrination, family members or whoever. They not intelligent enough to break from the indoctrination. Whether it's fear, whether it's whatever, all those other things you name. Whether it's the fear of God, whatever is that indoctrination that they don't go to hell, whatever that indoctrination. Us, we said, I don't believe that shit. What? You know, whatever. Or, you know, we all know, the next one already happened. God already showed he'll heal everybody. So it's no heaven. I don't believe that. You know, we more intelligent enough to break from that indoctrination. You know, that's the point I'm just trying to make.
Hey, Jamie was so kind too, man. And I would call that motherfucker at night. I call him during the day. He working and shit, and that motherfucker take time with me and share some shit. And I was bubbling, man.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right,
see,
right.
that's what I'm saying. But before you heard that, you wasn't dumb. You wasn't
No,
stupid.
ain't no question.
It's just that you were able to you.
He wasn't intelligent. No, I
Yeah.
remember.
Gerald said, I might be smart, but you damn sure enough ain't intelligent.
Hey, well, hold on. But see, but here's the thing. He didn't. So it's not his fault if he doesn't know the teachings.
Hey, that
Right?
don't count, Gerald. That one don't count. You wasn't showing yourself. You absent, Nick.
Hey,
You absent, Netcher. That one don't count.
hey, I'm
Go
just
ahead,
saying,
Jamie.
listen, man. Hey, there you go. Look, there you go. Hey, all I'm saying is this.
Hold on. Jamie, what kind of shit he was asking you?
What kind of shit was he asking me?
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you
Well,
how
I'll tell you, fuck what he got to say.
unintelligent the man was.
I said, I heard, I can hear God speaking, and he said, well, what he sound like?
Hey,
What his voice sound like? That's
that's it.
funny,
Hey,
man.
did he whisper? Did he whisper to you? Did he? I mean, did he talk to you? Did he say it out loud? Was it deep? Was he had a deep voice?
Yeah,
Was
yeah.
it light like Michael Jackson, or was it deep like Barry White? I mean,
Right,
you
right.
know what I mean? Like, what it sound like?
Then we went into Moses, man, and the donkeys and a bunch of stuff, man. Abraham, and I'm like, all this was foreign to me. You know what I mean? All this what we doing was totally foreign. I had seen some banners of Reg, putting stuff up, and but nothing really stuck in. You know what I mean? And so me and Jamie went through a lot of shit, man. And he was. I lacked
Yeah.
intelligence.
Exactly.
Hey,
At
no,
one
you just
point,
no,
I
no.
lacked
It's just that
Hey,
intelligence.
you lack.
Jamie
At
said
No,
one
no.
man.
point,
No, that you
we
can't.
all lacked it. That's the point that we
No,
had.
man. The thing is, if you don't, you lack the knowledge. You didn't lack the
Right,
intelligence.
right, right.
You lack the knowledge. So you didn't know. You didn't know because I didn't know. I didn't know nothing about no comedic thought. I
Right,
didn't never knew nothing about comedic thought, man, until I stumbled up on it. Right. But so but I'm a seeker of information, so I wasn't stuck on none of those religions. I'm still searching. You know what I'm saying? And so when I ran across it, I didn't close my mind to it or close up on it, and neither did
Mm-hmm.
Unc went on here and he questioned it like he's supposed to. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
hey, but Jamie said, we talked about the Book of the Dead, and we talked about I think I got the pyramid text, one of those texts. But I got the Book of the Dead, man, and I said, and it was on the way, right? It was on the way being delivered, and I had studied up on it some, man. And I said, man, I ain't gonna be able to let this into my crib. I said, when it get here, I ain't gonna be able to let that into my crib, man. It got spells in it. I would blow, dude. I was not laughing.
Hey, he
I
sure
was
did,
not
man.
joking.
Hey, man,
Right?
I fell out.
That
I fell out.
definitely was not intelligent.
Hey,
That
hey,
was
hey, hey,
intelligent.
I fell out, man. That shit
Hey,
was
I
so
was
funny.
off. I was off my square, like Ashra was talking about. Right, man. I was off my square, man. When I called Jamie on that, man. I was like, dude, what the hell you doing? You
Hey,
know?
man, that shit was so funny, man. I fell out, man.
Yeah, and he
Hey,
laughed, man, and I wasn't laughing at first, but then I get it. I
yeah,
got
I
it.
let him know, man. Look, man, if you read your damn Bible, man,
It
look
got
how many
spells
spells
in
is
it.
in that damn thing, man.
Yeah,
It spells all through that damn thing, man.
I was shook though. I was shook on that one for real, and a bunch of other shit. All right. I wasn't
Yeah,
too
man.
shook on that rib though. You know what I mean? That didn't, I got up off of that.
Yeah,
Right.
that's just a no-brainer right there, man. Like,
Yeah.
first of all, can't nobody don't no nobody gonna come from no man. Now, I
Right.
ain't gonna say that it don't take a man to participate, but shit, that doesn't better not come out no man. Hey, shit, all that's gonna be is whatever come out of him, you ain't gonna want it. Put it like that.
So I'm gonna ask you a question. I was gonna wait till I called you and ask you, but so how far before or after did you that you experienced Ashwa Kwesi? Did you start the the mythology, studying mythology more before or after Ashwa?
For me,
Yeah, you.
I didn't get more deep into mythology until Mommy Hemmett.
Okay, so you ran into Ashwa first, and then later on
I
you
read
built
the
on
album
you built
Kwesi
on it.
like 95. I read the Mommy Hemmett like 2000.
Okay, right, right,
Mm.
okay, bet.
Uh, I think I had what made me start reading what and asked me around 99, 2000. I ain't got a couple of his books.
So you talking the Book of the Dead then?
Yeah, I'm
Right,
starting to
right,
really
right.
understand my reality. Then I get into Mommy Hemmett. With Mommy Hemmett, I built more of my spiritual library. I had already had my history from Dr. Miller before I got to Mommy Hemmett. So I already had, all my historical books, you know. Yeah, Mommy Hemmett let me deep into spirituality, metaphysics, melanin, really, I used to got them, like, every day I wore certain colors, chakras,
I'll be back. My food should be done.
every 30 days I would fast, you know, I don't know some wild shit, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you two? When did you start with the because it seems like Jamie just put all that shit together. You know, I know he had to do one thing at a time, but it was a short period of time where it introduced me to all of those that you were talking about, Gerald. And so Jamie, you and Eric, when did you start studying the mythology?
I started that first. That was the first thing I ran into
Right.
was the mythology of it, man. That was the first thing I ran into was studying the myth and the you know the natural rule and what they represented. Um, what was their um
Because you had that shit locked down when
principle?
you were talking to me.
Yeah, what was their principles? What was their what was the point of the bird head or the animal head, the zoomorphic uh images, right? What was the purpose of them? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I ran into first, man.
Yeah.
And I liked it too. It was slick, and I was and it showed the similarities in the Bible, man. A lot of them, a lot of them, even like from even the like the creation story. You know what I mean? The biblical creation story, and you look at some of the comedic creation stories. You know what I mean? You see them, you're like, damn, right? That's you know what I'm saying? That's where they got that shit from. Okay. I see now. I see now, right? This shit sounds really fucking familiar. Sounds really familiar, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's another thing that excited me because I was able to see where where the concepts was came from. Where a lot of the comedic concepts came from. I
Right.
mean, yeah, you know what I mean?
Right.
I was able to match them up, man, and follow them, man, and that was just so exciting to me, man. So a lot of mine was dealing with side by side. I did a lot of side by side comparisons, man. That's what you know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
What about you, E?
I think it was probably Anthony Browder. I think he began to really help me understand, what he was describing in his book, Now Valley Contributions to Central Civilization.
Mm.
Yeah.
hmm
Wow.
And I got to give a shout out to Sonetta Studios, man, because
Yeah,
that's where
no
a lot
shit.
of when I ran into that. That's where I was getting once I found it, and then I started looking into, like I said, when they got to talking about the mythologies and Haru, a set of Sergeant Haru, you know what I mean? Then they talking about shoot, chestnut, you know what I mean, air, moisture, man, this is creation. That when that started, when the creation of Ra, you know what I mean, and all that, you know what I mean? All that was real interesting, man. So shout out to Sonetta Studios, man. That's where I got turned on at, man.
Yeah, and I gotta give shout out to Gerald's boy Seti, man. You know, Seti put me on. You know, he provided some good shit, man, and consistently too. You know, Sinetta Studios and Polite, man. Polite put me on, man. He did a lot of good shit, man. You know, especially a lot of health shit. You know what I mean, and some science and shit like that. So, I really appreciate that. I sent you guys. I was watching this video, and I'm not sure if I posted it on Sankofa, but I posted it on my page. But I sent it to you guys, and it's about the five queens. You know them, but I think the dude put it together really well, man. You know, he put that joint together real nice.
Mhm.
So I just sent it to you guys to share it with you.
Hey, and I definitely can't forget about Gerald, man, because Gerald brought a lot of light to this. He brought a
Gerald
lot
wasn't
of light to it, man.
intelligent. He wasn't intelligent until he got with us, man.
No, but I gotta
I
give a
ain't give
shout
that
out.
nigga nothing. I hear your background and shit, but you know what? That's going on what I know, man.
Yeah, Gerald brought a lot of light. Gerald brought a lot
Same
of
thing
light to
with E,
this.
man, and they showed improved. So big
Yeah,
up.
he brought a lot of light to this, man. E brought a lot of light to this. You know what I'm saying? He brought a lot of light to this, man. So
Ain't no
I
doubt,
appreciate both of
man.
you brothers, man, because I mean,
I mean
it was
that's the most personal diet that we got, right? Out of all of it, this is personal, you know. So I mean, it's definitely a heavier dose, because it's consistency and availability. So without a doubt.
definitely upgrade to our information, man, to our mission. You know what I'm saying?
To our
Both of them.
remembering.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that, I'm in a part of million of different things that I was right here, and I done just did a lot of shit, but not even that more.
Oh man, come on.
The know thyself more.
Mhm.
And me, when I understood that, and you had to put all them five together, then that's when I was complete, when I really understood what know thyself meant, and had to, study all them aspects of myself. And I was weak in some parts, I was strong in other parts. But then when I put the whole thing together, you know, nobody can fuck with me in my part, because I'm him. Yeah.
Yeah, you was outside for sure.
Yeah, I'm not a star. You know what I'm saying? So when I came in contact with y'all, like I said, my life had changed. I needed something else to do. And y'all was on that level. So I was just happy that I didn't have to go, argue with somebody or somebody fronting like they know what they talking about and they don't. So that was the way I looked at it. And from then on, y'all researchers and y'all, I don't gotta do everything. So I'm very happy, so. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm rolling. I
Right.
don't mind, but I mean, y'all, y'all knew what y'all want to do. Y'all understand the whole game. So, you know, y'all bring food to the table for us to eat. I bring food for the table for us to eat. We all eat. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's
Right.
what's good. And ain't nobody about nothing, no all food. Everything is good. So, yeah.
Right. Right.
I eat and I get full. Yeah.
Hmm.
How did you fall? I can't remember how you fell off into this and into with us.
He been doing this shit since
What,
he was a
what you
kid.
Yeah,
say?
yeah, but I mean with us.
I don't know how. I mean, with Sankofa?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no clue how we ran across each other, brother. I don't remember that. I can't recall.
Ain't that something?
No,
Yeah, I think
can't recall, man.
I think he just popped up.
I may have just popped up. I may have seen it. I may have seen it, man. Just popped up.
He
Yeah.
don't know, so you
May
can't
have
make no
seen the
you
face.
can't make no shit up if you don't know he.
Yeah, I was gonna say I may have. That's why I said I may have seen it. I don't got to make nothing. For what? Show the
I know
press.
you don't.
Who am I trying to press?
You about
Shit.
to
For
get me.
what?
You about to
You
get me,
know?
boy.
Don't play with me, man. Yeah.
He said, "Don't play with me, man."
Yeah.
Shit. Right,
Yeah.
right. Hey, this was beautiful, man. This is beautiful. I'm gonna ride out, man.
Yeah, we out, man. Hey, family, thanks for joining us, man. Sankofa 180 degrees, man. We always at it. Come join us, man. Like, subscribe, share. Give us a comment. Let us know what you think. Like I said, join us every first Sunday every month. We got a children's book read. We giving out, straight history. Um, 100% history, family. You don't want to miss it. You know,
You went out, Jamie.
We got this country that's trying. So family, just come on, join us, Sankofa 180 degrees every Sunday, and we're gonna give it to you. All right. Also join us every Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, open mic. You know what I'm saying? You're all welcome. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. You know what I'm saying? And hey man, powerful presentation, man. Ashra Kwesi. You can't get no better than that, man. Master teacher. You're gonna always fire. Ain't none of his stuff been debunked. So, and if you know what I mean, so check him out. Good information, packed. He gonna give it to you raw, and he ain't gonna hold you up. Hey man, thanks fam. Thank y'all, kings.
Hey, E.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey man, I love you, man.
Love you, brother.
No doubt.
Hey
No
man,
doubt.
y'all be easy, man. And
Love you, Gerald. Love you, Jamie.
love you too, King. Y'all be easy, man. And we're gonna be back on Friday night, family, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Check us out. Like, subscribe, share, and give us a comment, family. And give us some likes, some thumbs up, so we can get some more of this information out, man. All right. We ain't asking for nothing. It don't cost you nothing, man. It's all free. All right. Thanks.
Exactly.
Please.
Hey, E, did you listen to any of that follow up from Tazariak? You probably didn't, because you know he garbage.
No.